about many of the issues here. And so their invitation here was intentional as well, because we want to highlight the disagreements. We want to clarify the arguments on both sides. And maybe a little bit ambitiously, we aspire to lessen some of this disagreement. And that's where the title of Making Progress on Death refers to. Okay, so what is to happen in the next 2 days? I'm going to be finishing very soon this opening remark. We're going to have a keynote address by Professor John Lisa. The title of his talk is A Prescriptive Metaphysics of Death. And then the first session is dedicated to the superficially appearing simple question, what is human death? And we're going to call upon David DeGrazia and Laney Ross and John Lisa to discuss views about the nature of human death. I'll be helping with moderating the discussion and collecting questions from panelists and audience. The second section that will follow will be moderated by Ariane Lewis, and it's going to deal with fundamental controversy in terms of brain death, the so-called equivalence thesis, the idea that death of the brain is or is not the irreversible cessation of the functioning of the organism as a whole. And this is going to be in a format of pro-con debate between James Bernat and Robert Truog. And we're going to take questions, and Ariane Lewis will moderate questions at the end of this session. The third session and the last one for today is going to call upon the neurologist and intensivist of the group, and it's going to focus specifically on the diagnostic criteria for the neurologic diagnostic criteria for death. The participants here are Ariane Lewis, Ari Joffe, Alan Schumann, and Fernando Goldenberg. And I'll be helping with the discussion at the end and collecting questions. So this is going to be the end of day one. Tomorrow, we are going to resume again at 10 a.m. Central with 2 remaining sessions. So the first session for March 25th is going to address issues about definition and declaration of death in the law. We're going to talk about the Uniform Determination of Death Act, if and how should be modified, what proposals may be on the table. But we also have here legal scholars, we have ethicists and philosophers. So we're going to address issues about ethical implications of understanding death as a legal social construct, and also address the political question about public justification of the law on death, and the very important issue about how to engage and bring these conversations to the public. The participants here, the session is going to be moderated by Professor Kathy Serminara, and the participants here are Sima Shah, Thaddeus Pope, Kimberly Matcherson, Sid Johnson, Sean Ass, and Erin Paquette. The last session for the day and the conference is going to address the dead donor rule, an ethical axiom for organ transplantation, and it's going to be moderated by Laney Friedman Ross, and it's designed to be a pro-con debate between Michael Nair Collins and David Magnus, and Laney will moderate that discussion. At the very end, after we adjourn, we're just going to spend a few minutes with panelists only to discuss how things went and how can we think about this, about potentially written products from this conference and follow up. I will say that for all sessions, the plan is to have after the end of the last speaker for the session, we're going to open the platform for comments and questions by panelists. And then the moderators will be collecting questions that haven't been addressed by the audience and bring them to the speakers and to the entire group. So that's what I have, and maybe I'm a couple of minutes early. But what I would like to do is I want to say just a couple of words and introduce Professor John Lisa, who is going to deliver a keynote, the keynote address, and get us started about prescriptive metaphysics of death. Also, I want to note that we're going to try to keep introductions to a minimum. We want to save as much time for engaging in-depth rich discussion. I think most of the panelists here do not need long introductions anyway. Okay, so John Lisa is a professor of philosophy at Kutztown University of Pennsylvania. His main philosophical interests are in the areas of bioethics, metaphysics, and philosophy of mind, particularly issues concerning the nature of persons and personal identity, and how these concepts affect the evaluation of issues in bioethics in at the beginning and at the end of life. Particularly important for this conference, and I think a good way to start is to have John Lisa provide a, as he says, a prescriptive metaphysics discussing moral status, moral status, and also the definition of death. I'm sure he will do a better job than I did starting him off. But so I don't know if Jessica, we can start a couple of minutes early, or.
I think that's fine, as long as it's okay with John.
Yeah, sure.
Great.
Okay. Well, I want to thank Dr. Lazaridis for his kind introduction, and the Neubauer Collegium for the opportunity to give this talk today and to hopefully make some contribution to progress on death. I would like to dedicate actually the talk to Dan Callahan, the late Dan Callahan, as I'm quite indebted to him, both personally and professionally, and how my philosophical life has played out over the years. Dan had worked on one of the Hastings Center's first research projects on the definition of death. The Hastings Center was then known as the Institute for Society, Ethics, and Life Sciences. As a visiting scholar at the center and interested in whether my doctoral dissertation on metaphysical and cultural aspects of persons had anything to say about anything in bioethics, Dan mentored my project. What was extraordinary about working with Dan was that every time I talked with him, I felt that I left with several new ideas. Before leaving the center, the visiting scholars had to present their research, so I drafted a paper and met with Dan. Buried in the paper was a line that he had circled with the comment, "This is a new idea and should be brought more to the fore." The idea was that technology had intervened in the natural life history of human beings that made it possible for us to live in ways that were previously impossible, and that perhaps technology had also made it possible for us to die in ways that were previously impossible. I suggested that brain death was a new way of dying. It was very encouraging to know that Dan thought that I had at least one new idea, and funny how momentous a single conversation can be in one's life. In its report defining death, the 1981 President's Commission for the Study of Ethical Problems in Medicine and Biomedical and Behavioral Research endorsed the view of Leon Kass and Alexander Capron that the basic concept of death is fundamentally a philosophical matter. However, the Commission went on to say that it was not their aim to examine and formulate a definition of death at this philosophical level, as it would lead down arcane philosophical paths that are at best somewhat removed from the practical application of law. Instead, the Commission proposed general physiological standards for recognizing death, which were medico-technical, but not wholly so. The Commission recognized that more fundamental philosophical issues about the definition of death remained. These philosophical issues have persisted, and they explain in large part why we are here today. So today I want to journey a bit down those arcane philosophical paths. Hans Jonas got it right very early in the debate over whether to accept a neurological criterion for determining death, when he wrote that ultimately the issue must be settled by, quote, a definition of man and what life is human. When I first read that, I took it as a call to action, right? Wasn't answering that question part of my job description. I thought that my doctor or plumber don't have the time to take that one on, and I ought to contribute to society in some way. What kind of being are we, and what are the bounds of our being, are deep philosophical questions and notoriously debatable ones. Just think of the controversy over abortion. Although not as prevalent in the public consciousness, differences in understanding our nature underlie our debate over the definition and criteria for determining death. At one point, the legal scholar Robert Burt suggested that it might be best to keep this news under wraps. He thought that the last thing that the country needed was another contentious debate like the one we have over abortion. Jonas's question, what life is human, or what kind of being we are, is a question in metaphysics. However, what exactly is a metaphysician supposed to do? Amy Thomason suggests that besides the traditional idea that metaphysics investigates what kinds of things exist, an idea that some philosophers have given up on and deferred to natural scientists, or the idea that metaphysics consists of conceptual analysis, which may make metaphysicians just sophisticated lexicographers, there is another role for metaphysics to play, that is, a normative role, or prescriptive conceptual work. It can help us to decide which conceptual scheme we should adopt for certain purposes. Thomason notes that metaphysical disputes often involve what David Plunkett and Tim Sundell have called metalinguistic negotiations. That is, when speakers use a term with a pragmatic function of negotiating how, or perhaps whether, that very term ought to be used. I believe that perhaps we can make progress on death by engaging in metalinguistic negotiation over whether the brain dead are, quote, dead. So how do we make progress in metalinguistic negotiation? Thomason suggests that, quote, the grounds for pressing one view or another are at bottom pragmatic. Often the grounds, made explicit, would involve an appeal to the function those terms have for us and to what rules for using the term would best serve that function. Terms like death, human being, organism, person, and irreversible have figured prominently in the debate over whether the brain dead are dead, where disagreement over the meaning of these terms has stemmed from disagreement over the nature of these objects or their reality. Because of the depth and diversity of how these concepts have been used in various systems of thought, such as biology, psychology, philosophy, theology, medicine, and law, any metalinguistic negotiation over whether the brain dead are dead will have a considerable depth to it. So in proposing a prescriptive metaphysics of death, there will be a serious limitation in my proposal. At best, I hope to show how some particular beliefs that I believe are widely shared in many psychological, cultural, and moral systems of thought support the idea that the brain dead are dead. More narrowly, and to situate my consciousness-related formulation in death in relation to the two main alternatives, the non-brain and whole brain formulations, I will draw on the work of Alan Schumann and James Bernat as representatives of those alternative views. I hope to identify some common ground in our views and then to negotiate a consensus that brain death, understood as the permanent loss of psychophysical integration, is death. And if I click my heels 3 times, I might find myself in Kansas. Of course, since James Bernat accepts the current whole brain criterion for determining death, my aim is to suggest that there are good prescriptive grounds for his expanding his view to include among the dead those human beings who have irreversibly lost the potential for consciousness and any other mental function. that is, human beings whose psychophysical integration has been destroyed, even if they have not lost brain functions that normally integrate circulation and respiration. I should note at the start that among the individuals whose psychophysical integration has been destroyed, I do not include all individuals with a diagnosis of persistent vegetative state, or as is now known in some circles, unresponsive wakefulness syndrome. As Adrian Owen and others have shown, some of these individuals retain consciousness or have the potential to regain consciousness. I'm referring to individuals whose brains have not developed or have been destroyed to the point at which there is no realistic possibility for them to ever become conscious or regain consciousness. I will use brain dead to refer to such individuals. This is an important point, since one common objection to any consciousness-related formulation of death is that it would imply that individuals in persistent vegetative state are dead, and that it threatens the severely senile and demented. This is one of about 5 arguments against the consciousness-related formulation of death that I think people should just stop making. Defining death as the irreversible loss of psychophysical integration draws a bright line between the living and the dead at no conscious experience, not diminished conscious experience. Individuals suffering from severe dementia have conscious experience, whereas I assume that individuals at the far end of neurological devastation in persistent vegetative state and individuals with total brain failure do not. However, as Yahi McMath and the subjects in Owen's studies show, determining when this occurs can be difficult. Nonetheless, this difficulty does not show that it can never be determined, or that when it can be determined, such individuals are not dead. Complete brain necrosis, I guess, would be such a case. As Robert Veitch has repeatedly pointed out, there may be concern about the particular ways in which we try to implement a consciousness-related formulation of death, but that does not challenge the formulation of death itself. So why should we consider one of us, that is, we human beings, to have died if we have irreversibly lost consciousness and every other mental function due to damage to our brains? I have used the term one of us to call attention to the underlying ontological issue of what kind of being we are. Is this question about what kind of being we are and what it means to be a human being answered by biology? No. Many years ago, in his discussion of when human life begins, Daniel Callahan wrote, "Biological data, however great the details and subtlety of scientific investigation, do not carry with them self-evident interpretations. There are no labels pasted by God or nature on zygotes, primitive streaks, or fetuses that say human or non-human. Any interpretation of known facts is going to be the result not only of our particular interests as we go about establishing criteria for interpretation, but also of the kind of language and the type of analytic conceptual devices we bring to bear to solve the problems we set for ourselves. This is only to say that at the very outset, that a purely, quote, scientific answer to the question of the beginning of human life is not possible," end quote. Callahan's remarks about the beginning of life apply equally well to the end of life. He suggests that to approach the question of whether a zygote or a fetus is a human being, we need to bring to bear the concept of a human being that is already embedded in our language and that paradigmatically applies to fully developed human beings, that is, us. The concept of human being is informed not just by biology, but by many other disciplines, including psychology, anthropology, philosophy, religion, and law. Similarly, when we ask whether an artificially sustained whole brain dead bodies, anencephalic neonates, or possibly some individuals in persistent vegetative state are living human beings, we need to bring this same embedded concept of a human being and evaluate whether it can be extended to borderline cases. In addition, we must consider why we are asking for criteria for determining death, since the context provides the framework for any meaningful answer. In its consideration of whether brain death is death, the 2008 President's Council on Bioethics was cognizant of how an embedded understanding of our nature and the concepts that we use in defining death go beyond biology. At one point in the council's deliberation, members of the council discussed how a common understanding of human death as the separation of the soul from the body relates to the council's practical task of reviewing the challenges to the neurological criterion for determining death and whether to recommend the continued use of that criterion. Dr. Holbert, a member of the council, states, "Trying to avoid the word soul, we have lost the functional shorthand for what relates to a lot of people's concept of what is going on in these realms. If we could, in a gingerly sort of way, re-enter into that category without any disposition of prejudice toward any one formulation, we might really come to some valuable insight and help our society reformulate what was meant by soul, but in a more pluralistic and more material, physiologically related description." In other words, I think that we might be offered the unique opportunity to clarify the meaning of soul and psyche in modern terms would be a really wonderful thing to do, because there is a lot that is being lost by not using the word soul. End quote. I agree. To think that we should can or should define human death in strictly biological terms without considering its moral, metaphysical, and cultural meanings takes the soul, literally for some and figuratively for others, out of the definition of death. Indeed, as I have argued in other work, the critical concepts of an internal spontaneous drive and, quote, felt need that the council invokes in defining death are not biological concepts at all, but do exactly what Dr. Holbert suggested. That is, they are stand-ins or a functional shorthand for the metaphysical concept of the soul, anima. Under the guise of biological talk about an organism's integration with its environment, the council, in effect, defines death as the departure of the animating or vital principle from the body. When I say that the attempt to define death in strictly biological terms takes the soul out of defining death, I mean that it treats our nature in a biologically reductionistic way, when there is a common understanding that we are more than biological beings, and that any acceptable criterion for determining our death must cohere with such understanding. Soul, of course, commonly refers to an immaterial principle. However, I wish to use soul as a placeholder for essential aspects of our being that go beyond biology. Such an understanding may be captured best by using the terms human being or human person instead of human organism to designate the kind of being that we are and for which we are seeking to define death. In other words, by focusing on what it means for a human organism instead of a human being or human person to die, we risk losing the moral, social, and cultural dimension of what human death has always meant. This is not to say that the criteria that we decide to use in medical practice to determine death will not be biological criteria or medico-technical. However, the adequacy of the criteria will not be determined by whether it can be justified on some biological theory about what it means for any organism to die. Its adequacy will be determined by how well it fits with an understanding of ourselves, an understanding that is in part biological, but not exclusively so. In the past, I have used the term human person to refer to the being for which we seek to define death. I could just as well have used the term human being with the clarification that the sense in which I'm using human being goes beyond its biological species meaning. Here, I follow the kind of non-dualistic metaphysics of the human person found in David Wiggins's Sameness and Substance. In his view, human person is neither a natural kind nor an artifactual kind. It is a hybrid concept akin, to use Wiggins' words, to a natural kind concept. Human person has a kind of nomological grounding in a way that artificial kind concepts lack. There are facts about our biological nature that put restrictions on what could possibly satisfy this concept, and that determines in large part, but not completely, the conditions for our individuation and identity. The reason why biology does not determine completely our conditions for individuation and identity is because, as Wiggins suggests, we use the concept human person to try to hold in focus our nature as one, an object of biological, anatomical, and neurophysiological inquiry, 2, a subject of consciousness, and 3, a locus of all sorts of moral attributes and the source or conceptual origin of all value. Insofar as human person or human being tries to hold in focus our nature as a biological, psychological, and moral being, it provides a theoretical and practical grounding for a prescriptive metaphysics of death. My suggestion is that a consciousness-related formulation of death best holds in focus these aspects of our nature. Now, James Bernat, Charles Culver, and Bernard Gert have always recognized that the definition and criteria for determining death ought to capture what it means for one of us to die in an ordinary, non-technical sense. Gert notes that although their group originally thought that they could capture this ordinary meaning of death with the single biological feature, permanent cessation of the integrated function of the organism as a whole, they later realized that, quote, this single feature would not account for all of the ordinary uses of the term death, end quote. As a result, they added that, quote, in addition to the cessation of integrated functions, there must also be the permanent absence of consciousness in the organism as a whole and in any part of that organism, end quote. The clause about consciousness was added because the significance of consciousness in the life and death of human beings and perhaps other higher order organisms has no counterpart in non-conscious organisms. We should thus not expect to find a universal definition of death or single set of criteria for the death of all organisms that would apply to human beings, since any definition and criteria for death of human beings must address the significance of consciousness in the lives of human beings and the value that that consciousness has in our ordinary understanding of what it means to be one of us. At this point, they are recognizing that values and ontological considerations about the kind of being that we are, and not simply biological considerations, are relevant to the ordinary understanding of death, and therefore to the formulation of legal criteria for its determination. Recent work by Andrew Wang and James Bernat continues to reflect the need to consider specific emergent properties in human beings, such as consciousness, in defining human death. Wang and Bernat are explicit in their Wang and Bernat are explicit that their account of death goes beyond biological considerations and is situated in a pragmatist approach that, in the words of John Arris, holds that a complex assortment of intuitions, maxims, principles, and moral theories play an important normative role in our interpretation of concrete cases. They believe that any account of death must meet certain desiderata and satisfy certain common intuitions about death. The main intuitions which they, Wang and Bernat, see reflected in current law are: one, brain dead patients no longer exist and are thus dead, and two, individuals in permanent vegetative state or with advanced dementia still exist and are alive. Wang and Bernat are correct that any acceptable account of death must do justice to various intuitions and experiences about concrete cases. However, these intuitions and experiences do not occur in a vacuum, but arise in connection with other beliefs and values. Background beliefs, including moral principles and theories, may play a normative role in our intuitions about the concrete cases, as well as in a critical evaluation of those intuitions. We need not take the intuitions at face value, but should seek to engage in a kind of reflective equilibrium between our intuitions about particular cases and other relevant principles in our background set of beliefs, including moral, social, and political considerations, in addition to biological considerations. The relevant considerations run deep. One problem that I see with Wang and Bernat's most recent proposal is that they treat the intuitions that individuals in persistent vegetative state and those with severe dementia are alive as the same intuition. In my view, the intuitions about these cases are very different, in part because of different background beliefs that support them. Individuals with severe dementia experience the world in a conscious qualitative sense. They are sentient, they can experience pleasure and pain. In short, they are continuing subjects of experience. As such, many moral theories would regard them as beings deserving of the same respect and moral considerations as other human beings, or at least as other subjects of experience. Empathy and compassion are appropriate moral responses to them. However, if the brain of an individual in a vegetative state has been destroyed to the point where there is no possibility of that individual ever experiencing the world again in a conscious qualitative sense, then those same moral theories would not justify treating them with the same respect and moral considerations as subjects of experience. Empathy and compassion do not seem to be the appropriate moral responses to them. It's not that it is inappropriate to have some respect and moral regard for these individuals. However, the background principles and beliefs for doing so are different. If the loved one's condition is truly hopeless for recovery of any conscious experiences, many of the beliefs and behaviors that we associate with the clear cases of death are more appropriate. I suspect that the intuition that an individual in persistent vegetative state is alive is due not just to the state of wakefulness and the continuation of other life functions, but to our clinging to the hope that some recovery is possible. Indeed, if it turns out to be the case that all individuals in persistent vegetative state retain a realistic potential for regaining consciousness, then a consciousness-related formulation of death, or at least my consciousness-related formulation of death, would not consider those individuals to have died, since their psychophysical integration has not been permanently lost. As noted above, Wang and Bernat are correct in saying that we need to square an account of death with common sense intuitions about particular cases. However, the scope of their analysis is limited in that they do not consider the kind of common sense intuitions about concrete cases that proponents who reject brain death appeal to. For example, in his testimony before the 2008 President's Council on Bioethics, Alan Schoen pointed to a long list of observable bodily functions that may persist in an artificially sustained brain-dead body, and linked the common intuition that they are signs of life with the claim that no biologist would say that they are dead. It is incumbent upon the whole brain theorist and the consciousness-related theorist to explain away such an intuition by showing how it does not fit with other background principles and beliefs, and how on balance we should interpret those intuitions as not showing that a loved one is still alive. Bernat's recent refinements in their conception of what it means for a human organism as a whole helps with this. However, I believe that there are other conditions from our moral, social, and political systems of thought for discounting this intuition. Although Alan Schumann appeals to intuitions and a biological rationale for thinking that an artificially sustained individual with total brain failure is alive, he also appears to follow Callahan's advice about paying attention to our interests and language when we approach questions about when our lives end. I'm assuming that he still holds this view. Schumann claims that it is a linguistic illusion to think that death has a univocal biological meaning. Instead, he believes that there are multiple points along a continuum of biological states from sickness to decomposition that could be chosen as the point of death. Because we have only one word, death in English, he argues that we may incorrectly assume that it refers to a single state of all organisms, and that all diagnostic criteria must derive from that state. If there is a range of biological phenomena that may be equally good candidates for death, then other factors may influence our choice of which criteria for determining death we accept. This brings him closer to Bernat's view that the task of defining death is not strictly biological, but biophilosophical. Indeed, it suggests that the task may be more philosophical than biological, which pushes him more in my direction. Schumann proposes a synthetic paradigm shift involving a, quote, semantic bisection of the concept of death. Instead of understanding death as a single phenomenon or event, he claims that there are two death-related moments or events, each deserving of its own distinctive death word. Passing away, or civil death, the end of the organism's relation to the rest of the world, and deanimation, an organism's metaphysical end. In his view, civil death is the more appropriate meaning of death in the ordinary context and in special contexts such as organ donation after circulatory death. Finally, he believes that the difference between passing away and deanimation is captured by the temporal distinction between the permanent versus irreversible cessation of the integration of the organism as a whole. Schumann grounds this semantic bifurcation on a number of considerations, but a main consideration involves a, quote, catalyzing personal experience that he had with his family when they witnessed the death of their beloved dog, Soren. After Soren took his last breath and his heart stopped, it was clear that he had died and that what lay before them were the remains of Soren. Reflecting on this experience, he writes, quote, I realized how preposterous it would have been to wait to begin grieving until some other theoretically hypothesized moment of death, such as the point beyond which autoresuscitation would have been impossible had a quick-acting antidote for the drugs been administered, or the point beyond which anoxia ischemia rendered his brain totally and irreversibly non-functional, or the point beyond which respiration and circulation could not be reestablished even with technological assistance, or any number of other putative moments of death that have been proposed over the last 4 decades. The more I thought about it, the more conceptually coherent and the more truly to the physically observable phenomena it seemed to place the moment of Soren's death at the cessation of his heartbeat, even if it meant abandoning my previous conviction that a correct concept of death had to include irreversibility and the idea that death is a single phenomenon. This is an expression of practical wisdom by Dr. Schumann, and I'll suggest below that he should exercise the same practical wisdom in recognizing that an artificially sustained brain-dead body is dead, even if it means abandoning his idea that death is a single phenomenon. Schumann thinks that this experience not only shows that Soren's death need not be an irreversible state, but that it challenges the broader assumptions that death is a single biological phenomenon for all organisms, and that, in his words, there should be no distinction in reality, only logical distinctions between what might variously be called legal, medical, philosophical, and religious deaths. According to Schumann, both of these assumptions are challenged by recognizing that Soren's death occurred at his last breath. In my view, Soren was able to die in a way that other organisms that are not related to us psychologically, socially, and ethically do not die. Moreover, as Schumann maintains, there is no reason to think that this phenomenon of passing away is any less real than Soren's subsequent deanimation. In my view, he is describing a common experience that others have when they realize that they will never be able to consciously interact again with their loved one, and that their loved one will never have another thought about them or anything else because their body has failed so significantly. Nothing can or will be done to bring them back. The experience of watching someone take his or her last breath, witnessing the radical break in the individual's having any further conscious interaction with the world and transitioning from being a living being to the remains of one, has long been descriptive of death. There is no reason to think that the concept of death linked to these descriptions is any less real than the concept of death linked to the description of deanimation. In the past, these two death events were coincident or nearly coincident. What has changed is that there are new possibilities and phenomena brought about by technological advances that now make it apparent how these two different events may not coincide. It is important to note that the death in the sense of passing away does not mean that this death is not a biological event or that biology is irrelevant to determining when it occurs. Indeed, the loss of psychophysical integration of the organism, marked by significant or total brain failure or by the permanent cessation of circulation and respiration, can serve as criteria for when this occurs. Brain damage resulting in the irreversible loss of consciousness destroys our psychological and social nature. It is a biological event and not one that is simply, quote, socially constructed. It is very unlike the presumption or legal fiction that someone who has been missing for 7 years is dead. Schumann is correct that we need to reject and go beyond the assumption that the only legitimate understanding of death is one that refers to a single common biological phenomenon for all organisms. Indeed, I have long advocated such a move. Like him, I have also argued that there are two sometimes temporally distinguishable real death events. However, I have characterized this distinction as involving the death of the human person versus the death of the organism. However, the distinction between these two death events does not hinge on the distinction between the permanent versus irreversible cessation of the functioning of the organism as a whole, although that distinction may be relevant to the criteria for determining when each distinct event occurs. Instead, the distinction hinges on an understanding of what it means for someone to no longer count as a living member of the community as a result of the destruction of the individual's psychophysical integration. There is a tension between Schumann's recognition of civil death as the phenomenon of death for which we seek to formulate a legal definition, and his proposal that we reject total brain failure as a legal criterion for determining death on grounds that brain function is not necessary for the integration of the organism as a whole. This tension, or perhaps I should say inconsistency, can be seen most clearly by considering the decapitation gambit. The decapitation gambit, it holds that to reject brain death as death would entail the absurd implication that artificially sustained decapitated human bodies are living human beings and should be counted among the living we. This implication follows because the brain would play the same role in the integration of the artificially sustained decapitated body as it plays in the integration of the artificially sustained human body with total brain failure, that is, no role at all. Thus, if physical decapitation would entail our death, then physiological decapitation, evident in cases involving total brain failure, entails our death. To consider artificially sustained decapitated human bodies among the living we, because they could retain a remarkable degree of internal organic integration, is inconsistent with understanding death in a civil sense. There is no moral, social, or political reason for counting them among the living we. It is inconsistent with the kind of common non-technical understanding of death that Bernat, Culver, Gert, and Schumann himself aimed to do justice to. If simple decapitation is not enough to convince one to accept brain death as death, consider the following complexity. Suppose that at the same time that the individual's decapitated body were artificially sustained, the individual's decapitated head was successfully transplanted to another body, as Dr. White did in his horrible experimentation on transplanting the heads of monkeys. So this is a sort of actual case, not purely hypothetical. Suppose further that the individual regained consciousness, as also happened in White's experiments with the monkeys. In this case, we should agree with Charles Culver, Bernard Gert, and K. Danner Clauser that a death has not occurred because of the importance that consciousness plays in the life of human beings and perhaps other higher order organisms. Assuming that the human being cannot be in two places at once, the physiological integration of the human being would continue with the transplanted head and not with the artificially sustained headless body. Suppose further that the original artificially sustained decapitated body were destroyed. Again, no one would have died. The human being would continue to exist. Even if the artificially sustained decapitated body is a living organism of some sort, it would not be the death of any human being. However, if no one dies in that event, then the continuation of the integrated biological functions in a brainless body or brain dead body cannot be sufficient for the continuation of a human life. In short, artificially sustaining a human body that has irreversibly lost any potential for consciousness denatures the human subject. Assuming that there's no disagreement over the biological facts in these experiments or over the facts of what biological activity may remain in an artificially sustained whole brain dead body or decapitated body, any disagreement over whether death occurs will be due to disagreements over the interpretation of the facts. Again, what Callahan says about the embryological facts at the beginning of life applies equally well to the facts of biologically integrated activity at the end of life. Quote, for all that, men who can agree on the biological facts can and do differ when it comes to saying that certain embryological facts prove the presence of a human being. It is neither plausible nor reasonable to assume that one group of scientists, theologians, or philosophers understands the facts better than another, for the facts are not all that obscure, open only to correct interpretations by a gifted handful, or B, assume that some future scientific discoveries will decisively answer the question of when human life begins, or C, expect which scientific expect that with enough scientific objectivity, a consensus on the meaning of the facts could be established for the purpose of ethical discourse on abortion or any other moral problem. To ask people to simply stick to the facts is naive. The facts must be understood and interpreted, and science provides no fixed rules for the interpretation of facts in moral reasoning. Once this is seen, and the point, for all its simplicity, is crucial. It will be evident that people not only have the right, but are forced to bring extra scientific values and conceptual systems to bear on the facts. As James Gustafson has pointed out, the values of human life have not appeared more clearly because we have a more accurate account of the facts of life, end quote from Dan Callahan. The decapitation gambit challenges the assumption that death can be understood in strictly biological terms as the irreversible cessation of the functioning or integration of an organism as a whole. Even if this were a defensible biological definition of death that classified an artificially sustained decapitated body among the living, it would not be the relevant sense of what it means for one of us to die in the social and cultural context in which we need to formulate a statutory definition of death. In other words, rejecting brain death as death does not fit with our interests, values, and purposes in devising a statutory definition of death because it has the absurd implication that artificially sustained, decapitated, yet integrated human organisms should be counted among the living we. We accept decapitation as death because it coheres with our moral, social, and cultural systems of thought, which provide the framework for why we were interested in defining death in the first place. Artificially sustained decapitated bodies, and by analogy, artificially sustained brain-dead bodies, do not fit into those systems of thought. No such purpose or interest is served by treating them as living human beings. Similarly, Schumann's conclusion that Soren died when his last heartbeat is correct, regardless of whether it conflicts with some sophisticated biological account of death as the irreversible loss of the integration of the organism as a whole. While we do have a biological nature, technology has intervened in that nature to create new phenomena that challenge our ordinary concepts of life and death. If our heads can undergo a whole body transplant from the neck down and our consciousness preserved, others would likely continue to recognize, relate to, and value us as the same human being. We would retain our place as a locus of value in a network of conscious social relations, and thus would not have died. In this case, the ordinary sense in which we persist as integrated organisms as a whole would not play its normal role in tracking our persistence over time. But so what? While such a continuation of psychophysical integration would not have its normal cause, there would be a new way in which this integration could be maintained. In short, there would be new ways in which we could live. Accordingly, there are new ways in which our psychophysical integration can irreversibly cease, and thus new ways in which we can die. I'm suggesting that brain death is such a new way in which we die. What remains after brain death is just that, our remains. Whereas in the past, these remains took the form of an inanimate corpse, technology has made it possible for our remains to now take the form of an artificially sustained living body of some sort, devoid of any possibility for consciousness or any other experience. While a potential for consciousness and any other mental function, without the potential for consciousness and any other mental function, we are no longer human beings or human persons in any sense relevant to formulating a statutory definition of death. Finally, in closing here, just a note on the term decapitation gambit, which is the name that Franklin Miller and Robert Truog have dubbed this argument. Webster defines gambit as a chess opening in which a player risks one or more pawns or a minor piece to gain an advantage, or, quote, a remark intended to start a conversation or make a telling point. I think that the name is apt. The argument sacrifices the idea that our nature and the bounds of our being can be understood in strictly biological terms for the much richer idea that in addition to our being biological organisms, we are psychological, social, and cultural beings. It turns the conversation about defining death from biological considerations to philosophical, ethical, and cultural considerations. Finally, I learned on Wikipedia that Gambit is also the name of a fictional character in Marvel Comics. He belongs to a subspecies of human mutants and has the superhuman ability to mentally create, control, and manipulate pure kinetic energy. He is also incredibly knowledgeable and skilled in card throwing, hand-to-hand combat, and the use of a bow staff. The idea that one of us could undergo a whole body transplant from the neck down and throw cards sounds superhuman and pushes us to reflect on whether such a possibility challenges our very idea of what it is to be a human being or one of us. However, I suspect that my reservations here may be similar to the kind of reservations people had with heart transplants and in vitro fertilization. Thank you.
Professor Lisa, that was fantastic. Thank you. Thank you so much. We have a couple of questions, but we're gonna do this together with the other speakers after the end of the first session. So it's already, and thank you for finishing on time. All right, so we're gonna get started with the first session, which is going to be more philosophical analysis. We're going to start with David De Grazia, who is going to talk about ontology of death. David is the Elton Professor of Philosophy at George Washington University, and he's a senior research fellow at the Department of Bioethics at NIH. Following his talk, Laney Ross is going to speak, and I'm going to introduce her after David's talk. I see David there ready to go, and the virtual podium is yours, David. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Christos. I'm looking for a way to share my screen.
There should be an option at the bottom where you can see.
Oh, yes. Okay.
Yeah? Okay, great.
Great. Okay. I still want my 20 minutes. All right. Okay. All right. Okay. Thank you very much for the invitation. Today I speak for myself alone and not for any part of the US federal government. My plan is to begin by identifying some common assumptions in our debate over the definition and determination of human death. I'll then uncover what's at issue if we assume one of those assumptions, realism. I'll explore implications of questioning this and other assumptions, and offer a few suggestions about how we might proceed. So here are names for 4 common assumptions in this debate, and I'll say something about each of them as I go along. Determinacy, exhaustiveness, realism, and moral importance. Starting with the first 2, determinacy is the assumption that death is more event-like than process-like. And this assumption legitimates assigning a time of death, which then triggers various social and institutional changes. Exhaustiveness is the assumption that life and death exhaust the possible states of a being that is ever alive. There are no other states it can be in. Now, this isn't critical for my discussion, but this assumption could be challenged by cryopreservation, in which freezing has caused vital functions to cease, yet not to be lost irreversibly. Now, a quite pivotal assumption in much of this discussion is realism, that death is a real phenomenon, sort of out there in the world, It occurs independently of our concerns and conceptual frameworks. Depending on details, a particular version of realism might incorporate the other, one or both of the other assumptions I've mentioned, determinacy and exhaustiveness. Let me distinguish two kinds of realism. Biological realism holds that human death is the death of a type of animal or organism. And an implication of this view is that the definition of human death must cohere with some general biological conception of death, so that whatever the particular standards might be, the general concept or conception of death, the general definition should make sense not only in our case, but also in the case of a human embryo, the case of a mosquito, the case of a flower, or a paramecium. Another kind of realism might be called psychological entity realism, which holds that human death, or the kind that most interests us, is the death of a type of psychological being. And because the relevant kind here is psychological, the criteria for human death, or the kind of human death that most interests us, might part ways with criteria for organismic or death biologically understood. So what exactly are realists about death debating? The question is, what is the actual nature of human death? What does it come down to? And a common assumption, not always stated in these discussions, is that we go out of existence at death. After death, what remains are remains. They're not us. We go out of existence. And this assumption suggests that certain distinctively philosophical issues are quite relevant. Criteria for our numerical identity over time, often called personal identity in one sense of that term, or our persistence conditions, or even more basically, what we most fundamentally or essentially are, can help us answer the question of when we go out of existence. So different accounts of our numerical identity and essence prove to support different well-known standards of death. So here are three accounts that are fairly prominent in the literature and their implications. The first, person essentialism, holds that we are essentially persons. And here it's important that person is defined in a way that's consistent with the Lockean tradition and in the way Parfit thinks about personhood in terms of certain cognitive capacities that tends to distinguish us from non-human animals. So Parfit held that we continue to exist. Our criteria for identity over time is a function of a kind of psychological continuity. Underlying his view, as Jeff McMahon and I, independently of each other and at about the same time realized, was an assumption Parfit actually never states in his great book, which is that we are essentially persons. So the criteria for our identity over time are the same as the criteria for our identity as persons, because persons can only be persons. They can never not be persons. Notice, however, that this supports a standard of death that no one, at least no one I've met, actually holds. It implies that in the decline associated with progressive dementia, one could die prior to even the onset of coma. One could die while there is still a sentient human being present. One would die when one loses the capacities that constitute personhood. A more plausible view is mind essentialism, which has been well articulated by Jeff McMahon. According to this view, we are essentially beings with the capacity for consciousness, any subjective experience. This view implies the higher brain standard. We die upon irreversibly losing the capacity for consciousness. And then there are a number of defenders of biological accounts. Eric Olson has done a very nice job of articulating this account and this understanding of identity over time and our essence. I have also defended it. The biological account holds that we are essentially a part of nature, a kind of animal, and that our criteria for identity and our essential features are to be understood in biological terms. This account can be invoked to support the circulatory respiratory standard or the whole brain standard. Maybe not equally well, but proponents of each of those standards have invoked a biological understanding of what we essentially are. Now, in considering these three accounts, by now you can sense that I reject person essentialism. This has the problem that I call the newborn problem. Because newborn humans do not yet have the cognitive capacities that tend to distinguish us from other animals, such as self-awareness over time and rationality, these being roughly criteria offered by Locke and Parfit. Because newborns don't have them, they're not persons. If we are essentially persons, then you didn't exist as a newborn. Rather, you came into existence later whenever the developing human animal acquired the relevant cognitive capacities that constitute personhood. This, I take it, is a really implausible result and one reason to reject person essentialism, at least where person is defined in a more or less Lockean fashion. And again, person essentialism also implies that you could go out of existence during the decline of progressive dementia and before coma sets in. So the reasonable contenders by my lights are mind essentialism and the biological view. Now, I've defended the biological view in a number of writings, but I am aware that while it has its strengths, it also faces its challenges. Same with mind essentialism, and I believe both accounts are reasonable. But if realism about death is true, we can't accept both mind essentialism and the biological view because they are incompatible, unless perhaps we reject the determinacy of death and think of death as process-like or something that can be disaggregated into stages. Now, one objection to what I've said goes like this. If we are realists about death, and since death is a natural phenomenon, something that occurs out there in the world independently of our thinking and speaking and conceptualizing, that should favor the biological view over mind essentialism. But not necessarily. We might believe that although we do have an essential nature, we're not essentially animals or any kind of biological beings, but we're essentially minded beings. There's beings with minds, beings with the capacity for consciousness, and that these beings are no less part of nature than animals are. So on this view, which is McMahon's, basically, your death will occur at the irreversible loss of the capacity for consciousness, even if the living body or the human animal associated with you might die later. I want to say something about the possibility of pluralism regarding standards of death. One path to such pluralism is epistemological, and I have some sympathy for this approach. It's reasonable for people to accept either the biological understanding of what we most fundamentally are, or mind essentialism. So we should, at least in principle, we should permit standards of death that are compatible with either. And I emphasize in principle because later I'll talk about practicalities. An ontological path to pluralism is metaphysically deeper. It suggests that realism about death is just false. There are no facts about life and death that are entirely independent of our thinking. The phenomena are things that we kind of project on what's out there. So we may decide what counts as human death and should permit any reasonable standard. Now, I think it's worth stepping back and asking why we try so hard to find a definite, correct, uniquely correct answer to the question of what constitutes human death. And I think a large part of the reason is the fourth assumption, moral importance. We tend to take it that death is a fundamental moral marker. So we tend to think this way: because death marks the end of our existence, it determines when we lose the fundamental basis for our prudential or self-interested concern, when it's okay to extract vital organs for transplant, consistent with the dead donor rule, when a spouse is no longer married, when it's okay to bury or cremate a body. But a possible reply is that when we go out of existence is an ontological issue. It's an open question how the answer to this issue, the answer to this question, relates to the value invoking issues such as those exemplified in my 4 bullet points here. So suppose we let go of this assumption of moral importance. Even realists about death might reject the assumption that death is a fundamental moral marker. While going out of existence, or death, is sufficient to remove the basis for prudential concern, or the most important basis for prudential concern, it might not be necessary. Maybe irreversible loss of the capacity for consciousness is sufficient to remove the fundamental basis of prudential concern. Perhaps extracting vital organs ethically does not require the patient's death as a precondition. And other issues might be addressed on the merits of the values at stake, rather than staking everything on a single answer to an ontological question. So here are some policies and practices I'd recommend. Permitting unilateral removal of life supports from patients who meet the higher brain standard. Continuing current practices of organ donation involving patients on respirators who meet the whole brain standard. And after cardiac death, and I put death there in scare quotes because I think in many or most of the cases, 2 or 5 minutes after a heart attack, the individual isn't really irreversibly, that the circulatory respiratory function is not irreversibly gone yet. Holding off on burial or cremation until the circulatory respiratory standard is met in deference to widespread sensibilities. And the same for changes in marital status, property claims, etc. An idea from Ingmar Persson, in the law, punishing those who cause someone to meet the higher brain standard, that is to lose irreversibly the capacity for consciousness, as much as if that individual had caused death or killed. Now, as we consider possible changes to some of our practices, it's worth asking what sorts of changes should be made to the letter of the law. In fact, this is a question we can't avoid. And here are two general approaches. Accuracy first is the approach of changing the wording of laws and policies so that they reflect the most enlightened view about death, whatever that is, whatever we determine it to be. Different approach we can call useful fudging. Change the wording only if a pressing practical need calls for such change. And with that, I conclude, and I hope I made it within my time, John.
Great job. Thank you very much, David. I am going to call Laney Ross, who I have the privilege to have as a colleague at the University of Chicago. And Laney is a professor of pediatrics, medicine, surgery, and clinical ethics. And she's also the associate director for the McLean Center for Clinical Medical Ethics. Laney, are you ready?
I am, if you can see my slides.
Perfect. Go for it. Thank you.
Great. And thank you. And thank you for all your hard work in organizing this. Made it easy to be your co-partner. So my talk today is entitled Plurality and Choice in Defining, and I have to confess I added, and Determining Death. And I want to begin with acknowledgement to my mentor, collaborator, and friend, Bob Beach. Bob and I wrote the book Defining Death, The Case for Choice at Georgetown University Press in 2016. And I have to say that in one of our last email conversations, Bob and I discussed my role for serving as an observer on the Uniform Law Commission, which had set up a committee to evaluate whether to update the Uniform Declaration of Death Act. And this is what he wrote. I think this is our opportunity to push the concept of choice, that there are three plausible choices depending on one's understanding of what it means to be dead. The fact that some states are exploring this, especially New Jersey, should force the commission to come to terms with choice. Bob died less than 2 weeks later. The world lost a wonderful person, scholar, and role model. Bob, you are missed. So with that, I'm going to begin my talk on defining and determining death, and want to begin with what the two previous speakers have done so well, but also distinguishing between the definition of death, the criteria by which death is determined, and the test used to establish death. So as we know, it was easier to define death before the development of some of our newest technologies, including CPR and ventilators. In 1950, death was defined as permanent cessation of both cardiocirculatory and respiratory functions. In 1959, the concept was raised by some French scientists, but not widely adopted, of the concept le coma dépassé, which is translated into deep coma. And it was suggested that such people were, quote unquote, in effect dead. But it's not till a decade later when the Harvard Ad Hoc Committee came up with the concept of irreversible coma and the concept of brain death, when brain death gained greater traction. And then 13 years after that, the President Commission and the Uniform Determination of Death Act in 1981 wrote the irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions, and a second standard, the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brainstem. So the UDDA offering two standards for death. And before I get into a discussion of defining and determining, I do think I need three caveats. The first is I'm going to hold the position that death is a discrete event, whereas dying is a process. Number two, that the concept of death raises philosophical and normative questions versus the scientific criteria for determining death. So where physicians should have authority about the scientific criteria, there are many stakeholders who have a legitimate voice, opinion, preferences, and values about the concept of death. And finally, that uniformity has real value, so that if you're dead in Chicago, you're also dead in Boston or Nebraska, as well as in New York and New Jersey. So let me begin with the current definitions of death. As I've already elaborated upon, the President Commission gave us two standards. But we can't have two definitions of death, or at least that's what Bob and I argue. So how can we reconcile these two standards? And so in order to make death a unitary concept, I actually think the President Commission believed that as well, because the President Commission wrote, the use of two standards in a statute should not be permitted to obscure the fact that death is a unitary phenomenon, even if it is offered two standards by which it can be measured. The report goes on to say it defines death as, quote, that moment at which the body's physiological system ceases to constitute an integrated whole. Even if life continues in individual cells or organs, life of the organism as a whole requires complex integration, and without the latter, a person cannot properly be regarded as alive. So what are the controversies then with this current definition of death? So first is there's a large controversy about what it means and whether death must be irreversible. So one question is, what makes death irreversible? And let's consider the case of cardiopulmonary resuscitation. So for some, death is irreversible only if it is physiologically irreversible. That means that even if one tries, one performs CPR, function of the body cannot be restored because the physiological capacity is lost. In other words, tried CPR, it didn't work. That is death. But for others, death is irreversible based on moral and or legal irreversibility. While function could be restored, it will not be because the person while alive and or their surrogate refuse these specific interventions. So I have an advance directive which states that I refuse CPR. If you perform it, it would work, but I have a legal document that says do not resuscitate. And so this gets into the whole controversy of the difference between physiologically irreversible versus morally and legally irreversible. A second controversy is, where does complex integration occur? Recall that for the President's Commission, death is that moment at which the body's physiological system ceases to constitute an integrated whole. And the report continues. Again, if life continues in individual cells or organs, life of the organism as a whole requires complex integration, and without the latter, a person cannot properly be regarded as alive. The President's Commission thought integration occurs in the brain, but it turns out that lots of integration occurs outside of the cerebral cortex. And so then to what does, quote, complex integration refer? Where does it occur? And is somatic integration necessary and sufficient? Or must integration include some capacity or potential capacity for consciousness? And for those who believe it must include some capacity, they argue that those who meet brain dead criteria lack the capacity for conscious sentience, which is a prerequisite for rationality in a human being. And so they are not rational animals, and therefore the person has died. The President's Commission, arguing that the moment at which the body's physiological system ceased to constitute an integrated whole, also held the same position. But there are those who argue that those who lack capacity for conscious sentience are not dead, only severely disabled. And others would say that we're making a distinction between death of a person, which includes rationality and consciousness, versus death of a human being, with the irreversible cessation of cardiocirculatory function. So if there's no one location where complex integration occurs, what then determines when someone is dead? Because that was what the President's Commission was suggesting is where the unitary definition of death lies. So this gets into the question whether death is purely a biological or whether it is a religious and philosophical concept. And in defining death, Veach and I argued to support treating people as dead according to their own beliefs, rather than seeking to determine whether people are really dead according to one true metaphysical correct concept of death, about which there is no consensus. We proposed the irreversible loss of all functions of the entire brain, excluding cellular level and hormonal regulatory functions, serving as the default position, but that individuals can opt for variations within reasonable boundaries, in part because all of these variations will lead to the same conclusion, eventually, of irreversible loss of all functions. So the three categories to be described provide such a range, the range of choice that we thought were appropriate. And to be clear, we wanted that people get to determine by which definition they are declared dead, and that's not what that a physician determines by which criteria you are declared dead. So what are these three categories of definitions? The first is the irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory function. And importantly, there's actually multiple groups even within this group. So there's one group that holds that these functions are intrinsically important, such that as long as there is circulation, there is life, even if respiration requires artificial support and the individual lacks brain function. There's a second group, however, who focuses on measuring circulation on the grounds that most integrative functions are somatically and not brain mediated. And so the problem is these standards do not necessarily ensure the irreversible cessation of neurological function of the entire brain. In fact, in the setting of organ procurement, there's often a waiting time between the pronouncement of circulatory death and organ procurement to ensure that autoresuscitation can be ruled out. But actually, I would argue that the time delay needs to ensure not about autoresuscitation, but needs to ensure that there's adequate time to ensure death of the whole brain. Because if you only wait the 3 or 4 minutes until autoresuscitation cannot occur, you still may have the possibility that the individual could still be capable of perceiving pain. A second group want to hold, and this would be for Bob and I, this would be the sort of the default standard, the irreversible cessation of the whole brain, including the brainstem. And here many different criteria have been proposed, but none of the current scientific criteria ensures whole brain failure. So one option could be to attempt to develop tests to measure each and every brain function. The alternative is to say that the current measurements are adequate because even if there's certain neurological function between several neurons, we're talking about the importance of integration of the whole person. So ignoring those small nests of cells. The problem is when trying to look at this, there have been several studies done to show that there's wide variation in what clinicians currently measure. So even if we didn't include every single function, we can't agree on which functions are the ones that are most critical. Which gets to the whole question of why a weak gag is important enough to say you're still alive, and that's a cranial nerve function, and yet hypothalamic function, for example, the ability to regulate temperature, is not. And finally, the third option that Bob and I were proposing was the irreversible loss of higher brain function. And of course, what is meant by higher is ambiguous, but not new. In fact, in a 1970 lecture defending brain-based death pronouncement, Beecher focused on the irreversible loss of the human's personality, his conscious life, his uniqueness, his capacity for remembering, judging, reasoning, acting, enjoying, worrying, and so on. So this would include patients who are in permanent comas or persistent vegetative states, even though they do not meet whole brain criteria. And in defining death, the case for choice, we argued in favor of this third category. The definition then of death would be, for these individuals, the irreversible loss of embodied capacity for consciousness. The problem that we have to face is how to be certain that an individual has irreversibly lost the capacity for consciousness. Newer technologies like fMRI and certain therapies like the use of deep thalamic brain stimulation are able to demonstrate that individuals who were previously thought to be permanently comatose or in what we now call persistent wakeful but unaware state may actually have periods of covert awareness, periods that may increase slowly over years or decades. And so obviously a determination of death will require a high degree of certainty that the loss of consciousness is permanent and irreversible. So then we get to the controversies in determining death, both the criteria and the test. So the death by circulatory criteria, we have to show irreversible loss of heartbeat and circulation, as well as loss of respiration. And this gets to the question, are you dead the moment your heart stops beating and you stop breathing? Or do you need to wait until autoresuscitation is not possible? Or do you need to wait until brain function is irreversibly lost? Now, traditionally, cardiocirculatory death was understood to lead to death of the entire brain. And so in a sense, the loss of the heartbeat circulation will eventually lead to the death of the entire brain. And I would suggest actually that the whole issue of autoresuscitation being a red herring. But one problem is that we really don't know how long until brain function is irreversibly lost. And this has implications for donation after cardiocirculatory death. So even if one wants to say you're dead at the moment of your last heartbeat, the fact is there's going to be this gap before we would consider organ procurement. And that's because of brain function. Death by neurological criteria. The criteria, as we know, are coma or unresponsiveness, absence of brainstem reflexes, as well as the apnea test. And is this truly whole brain? If not, what are we excluding? And we know that we are excluding neurohormonal regulation. Some argue that's because of a different blood supply. Some argue its location in the cranium and things of that sort. Do we need to do confirmatory testing, and when? And is the patient dead then before or after the ventilator is removed? So can you be declared dead while you still have a beating heart? The whole brain death controversies also raise the issue of whether families can refuse the brain death evaluation or apnea test. And again, traditionally we assume that death by neurological criteria would lead to cardiocirculatory death due to lack of integration. But as has been pointed out, much integration occurs somatically. And so we have examples like Jahi McMath, who went through puberty after being declared dead by neurological criteria. Finally, there are controversies in the concept of upper brain death. Here again, we use the definition of irreversible loss of embodied capacity for consciousness. And the controversies are, for example, does it matter that the patient may still be able to breathe and that his heart can continue to function? And Bob and I answered definitively no. Does it matter that much integration occurs somatically? And again, we answered no. But does it matter that we don't have accurate tests to determine that upper brain function is irreversibly lost? And here we did argue, sadly, yes, that does matter, and makes that third definition much more difficult. So should you be able to choose by which criteria you are declared dead? And should you be able then to reject the definition and determination of whole brain death? And those who argue no would say uniformity has the value of that you're dead in Chicago, you're also dead in Boston or Nebraska, and this should also hold in New Jersey and New York. Whereas others say, yeah, you could argue that everyone should have the choice that those who live in New Jersey and New York have currently. And so, and that would still lead to uniformity, provided that the whole country had one agreement that even if we all agreed that whole brain death was the standard, that people could choose alternatives. And that's what we supported. And we wanted to, again, go one step further and offer that third definition, which was just upper brain function. So to conclude, that we support a single presumptive definition of death that is uniform across the United States. And that definition would be the irreversible loss of all functions of the entire brain, excluding cellular level and hormonal regulatory functions. But we would allow for choice across the US, although this choice would require first-person consent unless a minor. The alternatives would be either irreversible loss of cardiocirculatory function, and that would be your only way of determining death in those individuals. And for other individuals, they could choose the irreversible loss of consciousness. Healthcare professionals then would need to develop uniform sets of clinical criteria to determine each concept of death. Thank you very much. Oops, I'm going to stop there. Thank you.
Thank you, Laney. We're actually really good in terms of time as well. What I would like us to do is to, and by the way, anyone can bring their camera on if they would like to. So I would like to open for Q&A, including the three speakers. There are a couple of really good questions in Q&A from audience, but I would like to leave those for the end. So there is actually a question here that Thaddeus Pope put on the chat. So maybe Thaddeus, you wanna open and ask your question?
Sure. Briefly, Laney, if I understood you right, that DCD donors aren't really dead, I'll just use that adverb, really dead, until brain death. And if that's right, then for probably more than 1 million patients a year, right, when we determine a time of death, that's at the time that the heart stopped, then they're not, would I be right then in understanding your position then that all those patients are not really dead until some minutes later, right, when brain death follows cardiopulmonary death?
I mean, that's why we have the no hands, right? I mean, so you're declared dead and then certain number of minutes. And again, there's no consensus. Some places have as short as less than 5 and others have as long as 10. And we can ask, what is that time that we're waiting? Are we waiting because we're worried about auto resuscitation, which is probably around 3 or 4 minutes? Or are we really waiting for, in a sense, the irreversible death of the brain? And in some ways, so if you ask me, my real answer to your question would be, I think it's more appropriate to be waiting 10 minutes than to be waiting 2 minutes, because then I have more confidence that the brain is actually dead. Then you're asking a second question, in a sense, which is, does it matter that the death certificate said 2:05 versus 2:14? And I would argue that's a policy question that we could all agree how we're going to deal with it. Is it 2:05 if there's no plan for going for DCDD? Then there's no reason that you're waiting 10 minutes to say to the family the patient is dead. But if you are waiting for DCDD, what you're saying is your family member is dead. In a sense, you have a legal and moral decision not to attempt resuscitation, but yet we cannot take the decedent to the operating room because of the need to wait for the death of the brain. Does that make sense? Thanks.
Let me have Sean ask as a follow-up question for Laney.
Yeah, so I guess I'm just wondering why it couldn't be among the sort of acceptable self-chosen standards of death that I'll count as dead when I have my functioning has ceased and I've decided that I don't want it restarted again, right? Why can't I say that'll be my death, right? Not when it's irreversible, but when it stopped and I've ordered that it not be resuscitated. That seems to me to be
I totally agree.
Standard.
I
okay,
totally.
So that's consistent. Okay.
It's I mean there are 2 different ways of determining when cardiocirculatory death is death, right? One is that you can't restart it physiologically. The other is moral or legal. If you have a do not resuscitate order or do not attempt resuscitation, in a sense, the moment your heart stops, you can be declared dead. So I'm not sure we're agreeing.
So the idea is that you can also choose what should be meant by irreversibility. So I on each of the 3 standards then has 2 substandards, one on a moral and legal definition of irreversibility and one on a modal one. And
it's going to be really important that we get some consensus, right? I mean, so I would argue that since death is not a pure biological concept and is a socio-cultural definition, that the appropriate standard would be that irreversibility is determined if you decide that you do not want attempts at resuscitation. And I don't think you need to wait for physiological. Okay. I mean, and in the sense, when somebody walks in and waits for the last heartbeat, we know we could, in many, many cases, if chosen, that resuscitation could bring back at least a heartbeat for at least a short period of time. But that's not what we're trying to do.
I wonder if this gets into the irreversibility permanence distinction that Bernat has made. But Robert Truog has his hand. So Robert, please go ahead.
Oh, great. I've really enjoyed the discussion so far. My question is really for Dr. Liza or Dr. DeGrazia. So in your discussion, you focused primarily upon the kinds of brain functions that we often associate with consciousness. And yet we know that the criteria for determining brain death also involve the loss of the capacity for spontaneous respiration, the apnea test. I've not heard, are there any philosophical arguments that support why it's necessary that a person not have spontaneous respiration in order to be declared dead, as our current policies require?
I think I have come across at least one advanced by Chris Pallas in the United Kingdom where they have a brainstem definition of death. If I remember correctly and interpreted him correctly, he suggested that we human beings or we human persons were essentially beings, let's see, how did he put it? He invoked both breathing and consciousness as sort of essential features. And that with the death of the brain, the total non-functionality of the brainstem, you could guarantee getting rid of both. Consciousness, because the brainstem includes the reticular activator that allows the on-off switch. So even if the cerebrum is intact, if the brainstem is totally destroyed, an individual wouldn't have consciousness. So that, if I understood it correctly, he was sort of suggesting that we human beings or human persons have a kind of dual nature as breathing and conscious beings. I don't know how defensible that view is, but that's the one I've come across.
Well, I mean, I can understand that viewpoint in terms of wanting to be sure about the loss of consciousness. By looking at the brainstem, we assure that the reticular activating system is not functioning. And so that gives us confidence that the person is actually unconscious. I mean, that I understand, but actually an independent moral status for spontaneous respiration per se, I've not really heard discussed in the philosophical literature.
Well, another way it comes in, I think, is through a biological conception, where the biological understanding of what we are is interpreted as supporting a whole brain standard. And the argument that if someone is breathing and still circulating blood only because of a respirator, that masks what's really happened, the sort of collapse of overall functioning. I've always, or at least for a few decades, I thought that was not very well argued.
Yeah, I mean, it seems odd that we would say it's okay if your heart continues to beat, but it's not okay if you continue to breathe. I mean, we often consider them somewhat equivalent.
And also, why should it matter if a respirator is needed to support you when a human fetus needs a woman's body to support it, and it's clearly a living member of our species? So yeah, I'm kind of skeptical of that kind of argument.
Thank you. If I could just comment, there's this debate among Catholic bioethicists over whether to accept a whole brain or a non-brain formulation of death. And so I think there you see different arguments mustered from the different traditions, where it seems to turn on whether a focus is whether it's spontaneous or not. And also what counts as whether that organism, that human being, has lost its potential for consciousness and awareness. So there's and some of these people like Grisey and I guess Jason Erbel and Patrick Lee draw the line at accept whole brain death as death because they think that the potential for intellect and will and consciousness is gone, and others, Diane Nguyen and some others also argue against that and think that as long as that body is there, it's still, I guess they believe it still retains the potential for intellect and will. So there are, I think, some philosophical disputes about that may turn on whether it's artificial or whether it's spontaneous, respiration.
So Bob, if you go with the third definition that Bob Veach and I want, which is upper brain, we would have no problems with somebody still breathing and being declared dead.
Yeah, I guess the question to you then, Laney, would be, how would you feel about, let's say, cremating one of these people or burying them while they're still breathing?
Yeah.
I mean, I think that there's some very deep-seated revulsion that we feel about treating somebody who's still breathing as if they are dead in the fullest sense. That would be an implication of your position. You would, I suppose, would say that would still be okay, as much revulsion as we may feel around that.
Right now, it's not going to be my revulsion since I'm not in either of those two professions, right? And so we go, no, I mean that seriously. But so this third definition is going to require societal understanding, discussion, and develop some degree of consensus that this is a form of death. And I agree with you, it's going to be a hard sell.
Could I just comment on this? I think this idea, you wouldn't bury a breathing body kind of argument is really not a very good argument. I mean, nobody is going to bury breathing bodies. We don't throw grandma out with the trash, when she's dead. There's a whole bunch of other kinds of customs and respect for dead bodies that would kick in. So presumably and I think already we do this with brain dead bodies where the family may come in and there's a procedure for withdrawing all the remaining support. So I think that we can develop these kinds of things. Ari Jaffe, I remember at a conference, talked about how it would be possible for him to put a battery-powered ventilator in a coffin, and as a challenge to the whole brain view, that you could keep this body going. So on a whole brain view of death, would it be okay to bury that body in the coffin? But no one's going to, it seems like that's not, we have enough sort of other reasons why we wouldn't engage in that kind of behavior. So I don't see that as a very strong argument here for one or the other.
Can I pass the speaker to Sid? I see your comments on the chat, and I want attendees to hear what you guys are saying. So I don't know, Sid, you want to make a comment? I also saw Tadeusz also wrote something here, so feel free to open your mics and speak.
Sid, you're on mute.
Unmute. So, right, the UK standard, which is not a legal standard or a legal definition, defines the capacity to breathe as one of the essential characteristics of a living human person, along with the capacity for consciousness. I mean, I don't think anyone actually defines death as the inability to breathe, because if we did that, of course, many people who are dependent on ventilators would be dead, and they clearly are not dead. So, absent the loss of consciousness, no one thinks that the loss of the capacity to breathe counts as death. So I really think this was just sort of an ad hoc add-on to prevent us calling people who are permanently unconscious but able to breathe dead. Now, Laney, obviously you're willing to go there, and that's a different position, but I don't think there actually is a justification for including the capacity to breathe in as an essential characteristic of living humans.
I'm willing to go there. I just want to point out that one of the difficulties is, to the extent that somebody who we think has lost consciousness is able to breathe, we do have to at least wonder whether it's truly, permanent and irreversible unconsciousness. And if we can prove that, then I am comfortable, regardless of ability to breathe. But the more functions that you are able to do on your own, you just have to at least question, is it truly irreversible and permanent?
Yeah. I mean, currently, we are certainly permissive in allowing other life-sustaining treatment to be withdrawn in someone who is considered permanently unconscious. We don't take their organs and we don't bury them. But so we wait until they are, really and truly dead and not breathing before we want to do that. But, the sort of informal notion that a lot of people share, which is that once you've lost consciousness, you are as good as dead. I think this is something that a lot of people would agree on for themselves. If I've lost consciousness forever, I'm as good as dead, and you can go ahead and stop doing whatever it is that's keeping me alive. But that's not the same as saying I'm dead.
I also think there is an empirical epistemological problem about really knowing that there is an irreversible loss for the capacity for consciousness. And I think the more data, they are uncovered now in comatose patients who appear like they lack consciousness with more sophisticated techniques. Indeed, that is not true. So I think there is a problem about actually designing proper criteria and having the scientific means to come up with that conclusion. Okay.
So can I ask, because I had a question related to that for Professor Liza. So in the case of Terry Schiavo, she was diagnosed in the vegetative state. She was able to breathe, but during the course of her prolonged existence on life-sustaining treatment, she sustained further damage to her brain. By the time she died, there was extensive loss of brain tissue and fluid in her brain. She never regained consciousness over the course of 15 years. At some point during that course, somewhere, she presumably lost the capacity to regain consciousness. So was she dead at some point along the way and we just didn't know it yet? So my concern here is related to what Christos just said, which is that when would we know she was actually dead and had truly irreversibly lost the capacity for consciousness?
Yeah, no, I think that the persistent vegetative state is really difficult. I think we probably, at least, it may be the case that maybe we can't determine it. But it all, on the other hand, it seems that the long surviving PVS patients where the brain starts to atrophy and the structures break down, I think maybe the question is better directed to the neurologist, whether they feel very confident there that there's no potential for regaining any kind of consciousness or not. Whereas certainly at the short end of the spectrum of PVS, then it's not. Maybe not clear. So, I mean, I think it's. There is an argument that people make sometimes. It's sort of the other mind's problem about you can't know whether any other being is conscious, and the absence of evidence of consciousness doesn't mean that their individual is not conscious. But I don't think that's a very good argument, actually, because I mean, we don't have any evidence of consciousness in cakes of soap, right? But we rule out them being conscious because we have a theory about consciousness, it's a neurological theory that you need a certain amount of neurological functionality in order for consciousness to take place. So you need to combine the absence of consciousness with whatever that theory is, the best theory. And I've sort of said that, yeah, I think we need better tests if we're going to actually operationalize a higher brain formulation of death. I don't think we're really there yet. That said, I guess I would ask some of the neurologists whether they feel certain that in some of these cases, you can, with a high degree of certainty, and maybe the same high certainty that you would have in the case of a whole brain dead body or brain with total failure, that the individual has no possibility for consciousness.
All right. Any other comments from our panelists? The Q&A is really busy and the questions are really good. I don't know if there are no comments. I can try to bring some of the audience questions up. I see a lot of questions about choice. I think people are very intrigued by the proposal. For example, I think a good one here, Adam says, if the truth conditions of death declarations depend on cultural and social systems of thought, then is there a potential problem creeping in, one of death relativism?
So our position would be that there are at least 3 different ways that people may choose, and there might be subsets within that, and that should all be permissible. But the fact is that if you have an idiosyncratic view, as Bob and I both do have, or at least I still have, then you need to make that clear. And we would want it to be a first-person consent, so that it's not that my family has decided that I'm worth more dead than alive, but as a first-person consent, if I view that consciousness is what's critically important to me, that I should be allowed to have that declared dead. Just as those families, like the McMath family, who believed that any the ability to keep the body, the heartbeat functioning and the body breathing on a ventilator is what qualifies for them. So we do believe that there should be choice. And yet from a societal perspective, there would be one default, and then allowing for choice, just like New York and New Jersey are already doing, and it's working. I think the number of people who would choose biological existence is small, but not tiny. And I think the number of people who would go for that, somebody who's in persistent vegetative state and truly irreversible, is again small and not tiny. And I think for most of society, it's going to be that the current definition of the irreversible loss of, of integration is a good enough definition.
As a follow-up, Peggy Mason is asking, what exactly, how would you determine this first-person consent? Are we envisioning having advanced wishes or some kind of a document that states what's your preferred definition? And how would that apply to children?
Yeah, so I'll answer each part at least, and then others can join in as well. Just to the extent that we now have first-person consent about whether you want to be an organ donor, if you want to be outside of the state policy, which is, total integration, the whole brain death, if you want any option other than that, yes, you should have a first-person consent and make it clearly stated in some way that we make it available at some national, registry, so that any hospital you land in would know what your choices were. And if you haven't declared your choice, then what you're saying is you agree with the societal standard. For children, I think that their parents get to make the decisions, just like parents get to make the decision of withholding and withdrawing for many other treatments. So if the child meets any of these three standards, and that's what the parent says, it's most likely that most of us grow up and hold values, for better or for worse, pretty similar to what our parents held. And so to that extent, I think parents should have that right to make that decision for their minor children.
David, go ahead.
I just wanted to mention that both the concern about a possible relativism about death in the previous question, and I think probably Laney and Bob's proposal are both assuming moral importance, that's really important, what counts as death. Whereas if we loosen up the connection between death and the traditional death behaviors somewhat and try to address these value-laden questions on their own merits, those things might be less important.
I think that, for a long time, I sort of endorsed Robert Veitch and Laney Ross's view about allowing for pluralism. And I guess I still probably believe that, because the depth of beliefs that would be influencing views here run pretty deep. However, I guess one thing there's 2 points actually I guess I want to make is, one, David, it wasn't so clear exactly what your position on moral realism is. So if there's some sort of moral truths that are relevant and ought to be brought to bear on this question, then that would argue presumably against a relativism. And the second is that I find the decapitation gambit really very persuasive to rule out non-brain formulations of death. And so I think it's a challenge to any systems of thought, religious, different, to deal with that case, to see whether you can reconcile the idea that an artificially sustained decapitated body would be a living person, a living human being, on your religious or philosophical view. I think that's a challenge. Maybe some can. I think a lot of views would. You see the current debate over something like. Well, no, you don't really see it. In the Catholic tradition, you have people disagreeing over a whole brain or non-brain formulation, but the people who argue for a non-brain formulation don't really take on the decapitation gambit, which is an argument that Grisey and Lee have made. And so I think they need to come to terms with that. I'm waiting to see a good argument from the tradition.
You might want to read my 2005 book then if you're waiting.
Okay.
Human Identity and Bioethics.
Yes, I've read it.
That sort of argument is the strongest argument against a biological approach to understanding what we are, if the biological approach is interpreted to support something like a circulatory respiratory standard. Some argue that actually supports a whole brain standard, but I'm not one of those. There are a number of responses to that. For one thing, it is interesting that the type of case that's appealed to is quite hypothetical, at least in the human case. And we have to take into account how our intuitions have formed the intuitions we're appealing to. It's been a world in which, mental continuity never parted ways from biological continuity. So they might not be reliable in very different cases. And if you imagine this happening, and if you imagine grandpa's body still in the nursing home or in the hospital and preserved, and families still allowed to visit and talk to grandpa, even knowing grandpa can't hear, just as you know that grandpa can't hear in a coma, it might not seem so strange. And then if you imagine the transplanted head or brain integrating in a way with a new body that changes personality a lot, and has some distorting effects on the so-called memories, it might not be strange at all to think that this is actually a case in which the original individual is in the hospital, very incapacitated, bereft of a head, and then you've got this sort of chimera somewhere else, which has some interesting connections to good old grandpa. So that's one thing. Another thing is that the psychological views face problems of their own. And one of the biggest problems is trying to explain the relationship between the minded being or the person, the entity that's supposed to go along with the brain, and the original human organism. And whether that's ever been satisfactorily addressed is I think, questionable. Not to mention the fact that as I speak to you here, if I'm essentially some kind of psychological being like a subject or a person, well, then I'm talking to you, but then there's also this human animal with a functioning brain. And that seems capable of speech. And so it sort of implies that there are two individuals talking to you right now, whereas by my imperfect counting ability, I count one. And if I'm a human animal, that's the one. And this human animal happens to be conscious now and cognizant, but isn't necessarily so. So,
well, yeah, I'll grant you there are issues. I mean, I think the Parfit's shown that the biological view also has, or the animalist view has its own two thinkers problem.
Let me, if I could just go quickly back to the first question you asked, because although I still incline slightly towards the biological view, I do think mind essentialism is also pretty reasonable. Is this incompatible with moral realism? If by moral realism you just mean that ethics admits of a kind of objectivity, well, I certainly believe that, and I don't think it's incompatible. Because when we fashion policies, we have to take into account, when we go from moral philosophy to political philosophy, so to speak, we have to account and allow for a certain amount of reasonable pluralism, I think. And sometimes that means not insisting on the very best view, however that's determined, and trying to figure out who can determine it, but also making room for a variety of different views. So I think there's nothing in that sort of approach that's inconsistent with believing that ethics has a kind of objective character.
Yeah, I would agree with that, and that's ultimately why I would continue to take a more pluralistic approach. Yeah, my point was just that I guess when you do in terms of whichever system you're working in, philosophical, religious, ethical theory, there's going to be facts and arguments in those theories that will discount certain kinds of things. That doesn't mean that at the end of the day, you're not going to accept some sort of pluralism. So there's some truths there that get sort of worked out within the discussion within that theory. And that's what, and that may be a good reason why you would rule out certain kinds of views.
Right, and we have to remember that you can be an objectivist about ethics while also thinking that epistemologically, it's often really hard to know what the right answer is. And sometimes we can't figure it out, and we have persisting reasonable disagreement. And there, when we're living together, we have to make some accommodations for that.
And this point was also brought up nicely by Jeremy Garrett, who makes this point about reasonable, a position being reasonable and potentially having more than 3 reasonable positions and what the criteria may be. I'm hoping that Sean Ash will address some of that in the political realm of how to go over views in his session. But I also wanted to bring up a point about the significance of breathing. Tracy Kugler, our colleague at the University of Chicago, makes the point that she's concerned. She brings up the worry that not performing testing for breathing may be seen as cutting the investigation short for these patients, and that may lead to distrust from the family. And there was also a comment about the importance of breathing in certain religious traditions and how this should be taken into account. So anyone that may want to comment on this, please go ahead. No one has an additional comment.
Well, maybe I'm not following, but if we remove the vent and the child continues to breathe and the parents have chosen the definition of death to, unless they've chosen in a sense the definition of death of higher brain consciousness, the child's alive. So I'm confused. What
I think, I'm only gonna make an assumption here about what Tracy exactly wanted to point out, but I think as an available policy, if there is not enough education, if it's there is a policy out there that physicians do not, they cut short the death by neurologic criteria by not testing respiration, if that could be seen as an effort to cut short the investigation. But I may be misinterpreting Tracy's comment.
We're using whole brain death criteria and the child continues to breathe, the child is not dead.
Okay,
so therefore the child can't be an organ donor. I think that's what Tracy's trying to get at. Correct, they can't be because they're still living.
There was also a question by Mark Ziegler about the best description of pregnant women who meet criteria for neurologic criteria for death, and about being alive or dead. So David, would you wanna, or Laney, wanna take an answer to this?
Okay, pregnant woman who's gestating?
Yes.
Fetus. Well, I may be overusing the term reasonable today. I do think there are good arguments for specifying a biological approach into either of the two, the whole brain standard or the circulatory respiratory. I'm a little more persuaded by the latter. And so I believe that I would say, to the extent, when I'm being a realist and I'm really coming down on what I think I don't think we die until we meet circulatory respiratory criteria. And this would apply to the pregnant woman in question. So still alive, but at the same time, I've emphasized what I take to be some reasonable pluralism about these standards and also questions about what we essentially are, which is why I don't push that view too hard. especially since I am questioning moral importance.
Sid, go ahead.
I think the case of pregnant, brain dead women is an example of how pluralism actually does work. That this is an example where, you know, there is a somewhat of a consensus that pluralism is right here, and that in the case of pregnant women, at least, we're not going to consider them dead as long as they have a viable fetus, and we will maintain them on life support. Now, in the case of Marlise Munoz, you know, her husband fought to have life support withdrawn in her case when she was pregnant. And the courts in Texas, because Texas is always an anomaly, said that the law that prohibits withdrawing life-sustaining treatment from pregnant women only applies to living women, and she was dead. And so they permitted withdrawal of life-sustaining treatment in her case. This was a case that was happening at the same time as the Jahai McMath case. But, you know, here, this is, as I just said, you know, this is a case where we actually do have pluralism about brain death, and it seems to be working for some people.
So I support what you said. I just want to clarify. I think it should be the woman who gets to decide in a sense in advance, and maybe here would be a case where it would be appropriate for a spouse to be able to speak for what her wishes were. But if, as in the case of Munoz, if the husband said she wouldn't have wanted to continue gestating, she is dead and dead is dead, then I think that should be respected. And the family who says, even if we believe that she would want, you know, if she had said that even if I am dead by neurological criteria, but I could bring to the world a living baby, I'm willing to be maintained on a ventilator, I think that would be appropriate. So I agree this is about pluralism, but I would hope that the pluralism is from the perspective of the patient, or at minimum from the perspective of the couple, and not the decision by the state that this body needs to be maintained because we have this inviolability of the fetus.
Yeah, in her case, that is what her husband said. She and her husband were both EMTs, and he said, you know, clearly she would not want us to keep her alive in this condition.
Okay, we have 5 more minutes. Son, do you want to ask your question?
Yeah. Sorry, there might be a little bit of background chatter, but I hope you can hear me. David, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yeah, sorry, there's a noise source I can't control right now. So I just want to hear a little bit more from you, David, about the argument against the moral importance. So maybe you can see my comment in the chat that might help you interpret what I'm saying, but I'll try and verbalize it briefly too. You know, I know you're going quickly over things in your talk, but it sounded a bit like you wanted to infer from the fact that it's not a moral matter whether death has occurred, though you're arguing, right, or assuming. You want to infer from that whether someone has died doesn't in itself have moral consequences. But you know, that inference in and of itself wouldn't be valid, as I'm sure you recognize, right? So, for instance, you know, we might give a factual determination moral consequences, say, in establishing gold as the monetary standard in our country, right? So it's purely a factual matter whether something is gold or fool's gold, right? But it could have legal and moral implications regarding, you know, how to satisfy a debt or pay your taxes, right? If we made a rule saying that it did. So I just wonder if you could say a little bit more about the form of the argument
thanks.
Against
thanks, Sean.
moral importance.
It's not my intention to say that a determination of death should have no practical or moral consequences. Let me try to put it this way. At least to the extent that we think there is a real thing as death, that we're realists about death. It's an ontological question of when it has occurred. That in itself, from that, nothing by itself follows morally from that. You need background moral assumptions. The background moral assumptions are subject to questioning. So it used to be the case that if a person was not dead, it was assumed that you had to keep them on life supports. And then we question that. We say, well, maybe not. Maybe it's not worth it. Maybe there are reasons for not, maybe they don't want to be on life supports anymore, even though they're still alive, or they wouldn't want to be. And so keeping someone on life supports was to some extent detached from whether or not they had died yet. Other things like, traditionally we start grieving when someone has died. Well, if we know that the person hasn't died yet, at least by traditional criteria, but has become irreversibly unconscious, we might start grieving. Burial and cremation, I think, are unlikely to change because of widespread sensibilities. The point is, if death is an ontological matter, nothing morally can be inferred from the fact that one has died without background assumptions. And I'm just suggesting that we look at those background assumptions and ask whether we want to keep the same old assumptions or alter some of them. And another one that's more of a lively issue is whether someone must be technically and literally dead before we go in for organs, right? That's a really important question. And it's an open question. It's kind of debatable. That's what I mean.
Okay, perfect timing. We are going to break and be back in 30 minutes at 12:50 with session 2. Thank you so much, everyone.
Thank you, Christos.
Yes, thank you, Christos.
Thank you.
Okay, it's 12:50, so we can come back for our second session here. And I see participants also a lot of them are coming back. Okay, so I have the privilege to introduce Dr. Ariane Lewis. Ariane is a neurologist, neurointensivist, an associate professor at NYU Grossman School of Medicine, and a prolific writer in brain death and a leading neurology expert. Ariane, it's all you.
Thanks so much, Christos. I'm excited to get to moderate this second session. So this session will be on death of the brain and death of the organism. This session will explore the question of whether brain death is equivalent to human death. Our first speaker in this session is Dr. James Bernat, the Emeritus Professor of Neurology at Dartmouth Medical School. His talk is entitled, "Brain Death is the Irreversible Cessation of the Functioning of the Organism as a Whole."
Thank you, Ariane. Let me see if I can share my screen here. Good. All right. The topic I've been assigned is the death is the permanent cessation of the organism as a whole. And what I'm going to do is review some of my current thoughts on this topic that I've been interested in for a long time by starting to review rationales justifying brain death as human death, focusing on the organism as a whole. I want to show the role of intuition in accepting brain death, explain categorical limitations imposed by theoretical biology to models to define life and death, introduce a few theoretical biology concepts is helpful to understand the idea of the organism as a whole. And then I'm going to switch from the definition of death to the criterion of death and show that there's been, to some extent, a mismatch between the whole brain criterion of death and currently accepted brain death tests, and then finally propose the brain as a whole as a refined criterion of death. There have been a number of rationales that have been given for justifying brain death as human death. After the Harvard Medical School ad hoc committee's report in 1968, which was a very important landmark, but did not adequately, didn't really even attempt to justify why these people they called brain dead were dead. A number of others did attempt that. And we'll start with Robert Veitch, who we've talked about today. In the earlier part of his career, he was in support of the higher brain formulation, losing of faculties unique to human beings. And this was very influential. And there remains a school of higher brain people who still endorse that. Julius Careen and NYU talked about the critical control of the organism. My colleagues, now deceased, Charles Culver and Bernard Gert at Dartmouth, and I, now 40 years ago, emphasized the importance of the organism as a whole and the unity and self-integration of the parts. Same year, later in the year, the President's Commission report accepting the whole brain formulation and the organism as a whole idea. And then Christopher Pallas in the UK, who's also been mentioned today, endorsing the brainstem formulation as the brain as a whole, which I'm going to be talking about a little later, the loss of capacities for consciousness and respiration. I wanted to emphasize the role of intuition in accepting brain death. We know that there are two lines of empirical data that have been recorded over decades. One is that there's a general acceptance within the medical profession and now society that brain death should count as human death. But there's also a series of surveys that show that it remains widely misunderstood, not only by the lay public, the medical profession, but also by the lay public. And the question is, why is that? And I believe that the explanation is there's an important role of intuition, that people and there's levels of intuition, from the purely initiative where people who haven't given a lot of thought to it see an obvious qualitative state difference when there's a loss of all brain functions. A more sophisticated medical understanding that, say, most physicians might have is a loss of brain control over the human organism, and they would describe this person as dead, or some would say as good as dead. And then a few of us that have attempted biophilosophical analyses, such as my colleagues and I, starting with conceptual ideas and going to the tangible, starting with the assumptions about death we call the paradigm, and then the definition, criterion, and tests of death. Another expression of an intuition is a statement that I heard a few years ago in Bethesda, Maryland, NIH, at a meeting of a committee that was looking at the ethical aspects of the NIH Brain Initiatives research. And two of the neuroscientists who gave presentations each said the same assertion: we are our brains. It's been mentioned already at length by John Lizza, the so-called decapitation gambit. So I'm not going to go through it again, other than to say that there's a long tradition of this discussion going back for many decades. And I think Alan Schumann wrote the most convincing use of this idea supporting brain death. I know now that he is opposed to it, but it might be interesting later to hear from him about his feelings on that. And as John said, his paper cited here and read at the bottom was to some extent in response to Frank Miller and Bob Truog's paper. So we don't need to go into that more. I wanted to discuss some of the limitations of theoretical biology. Having been making suggestions about this for a long time, one of the constant sources of criticism is that it's inexact, and that's true, and it remains true. And the fact is that the area of biology that we're called to study itself is inexact, and the constructs of life and death are approximations, and the boundaries are necessarily indistinct. Lots has been written about what are the criteria of life, and there's general agreement about certain things. But then when you get to some exceptions, a spore, a virus, a prion, or even free strands of DNA, they're going to have some of the criteria, but not others. So it's ambiguous. And the fact is that these ambiguities also pertain to death, and that perfection is unachievable. And humility should dictate that we should not demand more of biological models than their intrinsic limitations permit. And I'd just like to throw out that caveat. There are a few theoretical biology concepts that I think are useful to understand the organism as a whole, that there are hierarchical stratified levels of an organism, emergent functions, biological mereology, and organism as a whole. And I'm going to be restricting my attention to higher level organisms for this conversation. The stratified hierarchies means that if you look at different levels of the organism, there are functions that are nested at those levels, starting in the micro level with cellular organelles, then cells, tissues, organs, organ systems, and finally the organism. And that each higher level of this list has a unity. And that unity is not present at lower levels. It exists because of emergent functions from those levels. The functional relationships among the levels are bidirectional, but wholes at lower levels function as parts at upper levels. And this is the mereological point about difference between wholes and parts. The organization is of the composition of the organism is bottom up, but the control is top down. And the parallel stratified levels of unity culminate in the organism as a whole. And I described this a little bit in a recent paper. Now, we know that emergent functions are functions of a whole entity that cannot be localizable to any of its component parts, but they emerge spontaneously when the ensemble of the component parts occurs. They're observable in physical, chemical, and biological systems. They cannot be predicted or understood merely by studying the component subunits, unless it's a very simple instance. And we're going to restrict our attention to biological emergent functions. So these would spontaneously arise in the normal, natural biological ensembles of cells, tissues, and organs. And of course, conscious awareness is the most exquisite example in an ineffable emergent function of the ensemble of distributed massive parallel hierarchical networks of brain neurons. I mentioned mereology, the branch of philosophy and mathematics that explores the relationship of a whole to its parts and among its parts. But again, we're going to restrict ourselves to biological mereology. And in this case, the distinction between the ontological status of the whole and of its parts. And in the brain death situation, the parts can survive with technological assistance after the whole no longer exists. That is, the organism is dead. And mereological finality means that the derivative parts, in this case of an organism, instrumentally serve the organism as its final end. So these are helpful to understand the concept of the organism as a whole. It's not the whole organism, it's those functions greater than the sum of the component parts. And it involves the unity, wholeness, integrity, and identity of the organism. It recognizes that there are individual levels of life that can exist that are different than the life of the organism. Cells can be alive, tissues, organs, and systems, and that's different than the life of the organism. In the brain dead patient, the organism as a whole no longer exists and is dead, but many parts remain alive with technological support. Now, more recent analyses of this, I list 4 of many that I think are useful. The Bonelli paper from Vienna increased the clarity of the criteria for the organism as a whole. Moschella's paper talked about the internal intrinsic part of unity, that it has to be internal and not external, and defended the metaphor of the orchestra conductor. Condick's paper the same year stratified levels of organization and importantly made the distinction between coordination and integration in the level of the organism as a whole. And then as John Lizza mentioned, Andrew Wong and I had this paper a couple of years ago looking at the ontogeny of the organism as a whole and distinguished between the concept of death and conceptions of death, that is specific conceptions for higher level organisms. We're not going to have time to go through these in this short review, but I did want to just mention the Bonelli ones. To give an example of criteria of life forms would be the dynamics or signs of life, such as metabolism, regeneration, growth, propagation, integration. That life derives from the mutual interaction of its component parts. Coordination, the integration of the parts is conducted within a certain order. Immanency, characteristics originate from and are intrinsic to the life form. Completion, the organism is not a component part of another living entity, but is itself an intrinsically independent and completed whole. Indivisibility, no organism can be divided into more than one living organism. If divided, the completed organism resides in one part. This is relevant to the decapitation gambit. It is not relevant to paramecia and amoebas, as we said. We're looking at higher level organisms here. Self-reference life processes serve the self-preservation of the whole at the expense of component parts. You can lose a leg or a kidney and it doesn't affect the organism as a whole. Identity, despite incremental changes in the form or gain loss of component parts, the living being remains one and the same throughout life. And then the death following this, there's a loss of immanency. Life no longer springs from the organism itself. The loss of self-reference, the parts no longer support the whole organism and are independently functioning. And a loss of completeness and divisibility where the components no longer comprise the whole organism. Now, I'd like to, for the second part of this, shift to some of my more current thoughts about the criterion of death in response to growing recognition of the imperfect correlation between the whole brain criterion of death and the accepted tests for brain death. And I think these have reached a certain point that should not be denied, as I and some others had done earlier in light of these cases. My colleague from Lausanne, Anne Dalave, and I, a couple of papers recently that reviewed as many cases as we could find of alleged retained brain functions after brain death determination. And these comprise what we call the criterion test mismatch group. And it became clear right away that the majority of these were not true mismatches. They were faulty because the brain death determination itself was erroneous. So when there's an erroneous determination, then it doesn't mean anything if you can determine brain functions after brain death determination. But in addition to that group, there was a smaller group where we felt it was likely that it represented true criterion test mismatch. And the most common example of that, of course, is the neurosecretory hypothalamus. We know that the neurosecretion of antidiuretic hormone preventing diabetes insipidus is present in a substantial number of people under contemporary standards of brain death determination, maybe a third or somewhere in that neighborhood. And there have been explanations of this examining things like the blood supply to that part of the hypothalamus and the pituitary, posterior pituitary gland that may not be damaged in states or as damaged in states of markedly increased intracranial pressure that would otherwise cause intracranial circulatory cessation. And of course, as was mentioned earlier, and Dr. Schumann will discuss at great length later, the case of Jai McMath, which my interpretation means that it shows that the 2010 tests of the American Academy of Neurology, that test battery specificity is probably not 100%. So this is the problem. And what is the answer? We can reduce the mismatch by either tightening the test battery or loosening the criterion, or both. Tightening the test battery would require validated imaging tests showing complete cessation of intracranial blood flow. And current radionuclide blood flow tests, and I can't speak too much about some of the other technologies, but that one, it's thought to be insensitive or relatively insensitive at the margin of 0 to a little bit. So it may be somewhat insensitive in detecting slight blood flow in the posterior circulation of the brain. And Coimbra, his paper on reversible ischemic penumbra, showing very low flow states that could keep some neurons alive, may be the explanation there. Loosening the whole brain criterion would be to change the prevailing whole brain criterion to what I and some others have called the brain as a whole criterion. And one could look at that conceptually as analogous to the organism as a whole. This criterion, looking back in history, was proposed 30 years ago by Chris Pallas in the UK to justify the brainstem as the criterion of death and not the whole brain, which is the UK's approach. Chris wrote that the brainstem was necessary for the brain as a whole. He didn't claim that it was sufficient, and that all of the inputs into the brain go through the brainstem except for olfaction and vision. And all of the outputs from the brain, leaving the brain, go through it, other than the cranial nerves, most of the cranial nerves. Accepting this criterion would then permit certain brain functions to persist after brain death determination if they didn't contribute to the brain as a whole. But exactly what those functions are is unclear, but probably it includes respiration, consciousness, and brainstem. Well, what are the benefits of making this switch? It would conform to the current standards of medical practice in which physicians usually ignore the continued functioning of the neurosecretory hypothalamus. So it wouldn't be necessary anymore to argue whether those count as a brain function or as a brain activity, because it wouldn't matter. It also would conform to the concept that, in my experience, many physicians have, that brain death determination does not require the cessation of all brain functions, irrespective of the clear provisions of the UDDA. So that in a way, we already, or neurologists in current practice, already utilize a brain as a whole criterion, even though the conceptual and legal standard is the whole brain criterion. And this may have been anticipated by the President's Commission in their wonderful book, Defining Death. They made the important distinction between brain activities and brain functions. The activities were cellular activities, and the functions were clinical functions, observable and measurable at the bedside. And they said that this new idea of brain death should be tested at the level of brain functions and not tested at the level of brain activities. Now, the liabilities of this are that it would disrupt the prevailing medical consensus on the whole brain criterion of death that is accepted throughout much of the world, and may require changes in the death statutes, such as the UDDA, that rely on the whole brain criterion. Maybe it wouldn't if, in fact, it's not being done now anyway, but making it explicit perhaps would. It may or may not be resisted by the organ donation. That point was made to me by some people, but I don't know if that's true or not. And it needs further conceptual analysis to establish which functions are critical for the brain as a whole and why. So what is its current status? And I'll end here. It remains vague. And if we were to go in this direction, it would require more explicit, rigorous explication. It requires, in my way of thinking, the cessation of consciousness, the capacity for respiration, the capacity for circulatory tone and blood pressure control. And those two, of course, reside in the brainstem, and other brainstem functions which are easily measured at the bedside. And those are the brainstem mediated reflexes, like the pupillary light reflexes and the oculovestibular reflexes and corneal reflexes and so on, that usually are absent, resulting from irreversible bilateral uncal herniation, which is a consequence of markedly elevated intracranial pressure. So it's mostly brainstem. We're talking about. Consciousness, of course, is brainstem and hemispheres, but can't exist if the brainstem is totally gone. So in a way, this is shifting toward a brainstem formulation, according to Pallas's original argument of 30 years ago. And then finally, which brain functions may persist and why? And I've listed a few here, but this will be a topic, I hope, for our discussion. And I thank everybody for your attention and look forward to the Q&A.
Thanks so much, Jim. And as you mentioned, I'd like to encourage all the attendees to enter any questions that may come up during the talks into the Q&A, and we'll be able to address them during the discussion, hopefully. The second speaker in this session is Dr. Robert Truog. Dr. Truog is the Francis Glessner Lee Professor of Medical Ethics, Anesthesiology, and Pediatrics at Harvard Medical School, and is the Director of the Center of Bioethics at Harvard Medical School. He will be giving the second talk in this session, which is entitled "Brain Death is Not the Irreversible Cessation of the Function of the Organism as a Whole." Thank you, Dr. Truog.
Oh, great. Thanks, Ariane. And it's a real honor to speak with this group of people. I've interacted with many of you for so long now, Jim Bernat in particular. It's just really a pleasure to be able to continue this conversation that we've been having over many years. I'm going to talk about defining death, specifically in the context of the Uniform Determination of Death Act, and two problems and how I think it would be best to address them. So the problems. What is brain death? The law says that it's the absence of all brain function, but it is not that. The American Academy of Neurology says that it is biological death, but it is not that. Instead, it is a complex social construct based on a societal view about the essential characteristics that are required to be a living person. So, problem number one, we know that the UDDA requires the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, but the current brain death guidelines test only selective functions, as Jim pointed out. And in particular, we know that patients who are diagnosed as brain dead may retain hypothalamic functioning, including things like temperature control, regulation of fluid and electrolyte homeostasis, and many hormonal functions. There's an idea that maybe we should just say these don't matter. I would say, yes, of course, we could do that, but there's something rather implausible about thinking that such essential functions as these can just be discounted as not relevant. But the bottom line is that the current brain death guidelines do not fulfill the requirements of the law. So that's a huge problem. Problem number two relates to unresolved controversy from the 1960s. Is brain death really death? That is it biological death, the same as cardiopulmonary arrest, or is it a new concept of death that is based on a certain set of values? That is, if our brain is dead, are we as good as dead, even if biological life continues? And so we know that the Uniform Determination of Death Act gave us two ways of thinking about death. The cardiorespiratory definition, irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions, and the neurological approach, which is the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain stem. And so the question is, are these just two different ways of determining when a person is biologically dead, or are they in fact two different understandings of what it means to be dead? Cardiorespiratory death being the traditional biological death, and neurological death being something new and different. If we go back historically and we look to the report of the Harvard Ad Hoc Commission in 1968 and its chair, Henry Beecher, I think it's pretty clear that he thought this was a new way of thinking about death. He wrote, many today would take the view that when consciousness is permanently lost, when it is past the point of no return in the hopelessly damaged brain, this is the moment of death. But this perspective was completely rejected by the President's Commission in 1981. They wrote, as a practical matter, alternative standards may be necessary and appropriate, cardiorespiratory, neurological, but the use of two standards in a statute should not be permitted to obscure the fact that death is a unitary phenomenon. And this has, in fact, been the view, since the dominant view, since 1981, that both cardiorespiratory death and neurological death are two equivalent ways of determining biological death. And as Jim wrote in 1981, I think this was really a classic paper that established the equivalence of brain death with biological death. And I'll say more about that. But as he wrote in that paper, brain death is biological death because the brain is necessary for the functioning of the organism as a whole. And the idea being, if you will, in my words, that the brain functions sort of as command central for the body and is essential for maintaining the integrated functioning of the body. And that without the brain, the body literally disintegrates, just like it does after cardiorespiratory or cardiopulmonary arrest. Now, Jim's views have evolved since then, and I want to totally acknowledge that. But I think the position of the American Academy of Neurology has not evolved in that same way. And let me give you some examples here. So here's a paper co-authored by Dr. Vedix, who arguably one of, if not the international expert on brain death, in a paper titled Why Brain Death is Considered Death and Why There Should Be No Confusion. Once brainstem function is lost, blood pressure is unstable, relentlessly declining. Cardiac arrhythmias appear. Support measures are complex, often fail, and the ability to maintain a brain dead body is virtually impossible. Okay, he's clearly recapitulating this argument that when the brain dies, the body disintegrates. They're one and the same thing. They are biological death. In a paper that he authored in the New England Journal a couple of years ago, he reiterated this position. Physicians now invariably equate brain death with death and do not distinguish it biologically from cardiac arrest. It's the same thing as biological death. And then we see the same position reiterated in this 2019 update of the AAN position on brain death. The bottom line there, the AAN affirms that brain death is based on biological facts of universal applicability. It's biological death. And you know, I'm making this provocative point, but not to provoke, but to clarify where I think the discussion ought to go. I think the problem is that this view is demonstrably false. Brain death is not biological death. And to this, we owe Alan Schumann a huge debt. He's done, of course, the great amount of work here. He's meticulously documented dozens of cases of prolonged biological survival after brain death. The most dramatic being the case of a 4-year-old boy who developed H-flu meningitis leading to brain death, who was supported with a ventilator for an additional 20 years after this diagnosis was made, before he died from a cardiac arrest in the traditional biological way. And at autopsy, there was only calcified brain. There was no neural tissue that could be identified either grossly or microscopically. Now, it's an N of 1, but I think it very dramatically makes the point that the body does not need the brain in order to maintain ongoing biological function. And Dr. Schumann's work was quite provocative, although perhaps not widely appreciated at the time, but it certainly got the attention of the President's Council on Bioethics under the leadership of Ed Pellegrino in 2008. And they did a special report. Basically, it was a report on Dr. Schumann's claims. And they ended up, it's a complicated report, but they ended up largely agreeing with his central thesis, which is that if being alive as a biological organism requires being a whole that is more than the mere sum of its parts, it would be difficult to deny that the body of a patient with total brain failure can still be alive, at least in some cases. And they went on to explain why. The reason that these somatically integrative activities continue, they acknowledged Schumann, that he rightly noted, is that the brain is not the integrator of the body's many and varied functions. No single structure in the body plays the role of an indispensable integrator. Integration, rather, is an emergent property of the whole organism. Now, I know everybody on this call is familiar with the case of Jahi McMath, and we're going to hear more about it, I'm sure, but I just want to highlight a few of the relevant parts here, because although, you know, Schumann's data, the report of the President's Commission, this was not a secret by any means, but this did not rise to the level of attention of the public until the case of Jahi McMath, which was really a function of the power of social media. So she was a 13-year-old admitted to Oakland Children's Hospital in 2013 for complex pharyngeal surgery. She had a post-operative hemorrhage leading to cardiac arrest and was diagnosed as brain dead 3 days later. Her family rejected the diagnosis and sought legal intervention. She was transferred to New Jersey, and there she remained biologically alive for almost 5 years, mostly at home, occasional hospitalizations. She had a ventilator to breathe for her, was fed through a tube in her stomach, and received supplemental hormones. During that time, her body continued to grow and develop, and she began having menses. Now, after almost 5 years, she developed liver failure. Her family declined further interventions, and she had a cardiac arrest in June of 2018. And to my knowledge, she still has 2 valid death certificates. California says she died in 2013. New Jersey said she died in 2018. And I want to make a central point here, and again, a little bit maybe provocative, but I think true, that Jahi McMath really did everything that you or I can do. Everything that you and I can do, with 2 exceptions. She was unconscious. She would never regain consciousness. And Dr. Schumann will have a lot more to say about this, but let's stipulate that at the moment. And she's never going to breathe again. But she did everything else that you and I could do. She absorbs nutrition. She excretes waste. She is able to heal wounds. She is able to fight infections. Pregnant women who are like her can gestate a fetus and deliver a baby. To Jim's point that brain death is intuitive death to so many of us, I would challenge that. I don't think that walking in to Jahai McMath's apartment and looking at her, it would have been intuitively obvious at all that she was dead. If her mother had called EMS 911, they wouldn't have come in and said, "Oh, here's a corpse." They would have recognized what they would have taken to be a living person and reacted appropriately. It's not obvious or intuitive that she is dead in any traditional sense here. Now you could say, oh, well, maybe this is kind of a one-off. If this is really such a problem, why aren't there more cases like Jahai McMath? And I think there's good answers for this. The diagnosis for brain death is almost always a self-fulfilling prophecy, quickly followed by either organ donation or ventilator withdrawal. Very few families insist upon continuing life support in the face of such a poor prognosis. And even those who do are typically overridden, since brain death is recognized as legal death in every state. My point here, though, is that in those rare cases where life support is continued, prolonged biological survival is possible. So to summarize these problems, if brain death is neither the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, nor biological death, then what is it? And I think we need to be more clear about what brain death means. And in our current system, what brain death means is that you are in a state of irreversible apneic unconsciousness. And this is not the same thing as being dead, okay? This is irreversible apneic unconsciousness. And if you look at the AAN guidelines, it's pretty clear that this is what they are designed to diagnose. They want to show that the state is irreversible because there's evidence of severe and irreversible injury by history and or imaging. You rule out potentially reversible causes like hypothermia or sedative drugs. You show that the patient is apneic, is incapable of spontaneous respiration because the brain does not trigger respiratory efforts when exposed to high levels of carbon dioxide. And you show that the patient is unconscious as being unreceptive and unresponsive. Now, we also look at the absence of brainstem reflexes. And I think this is an aspect that is often misunderstood because the brainstem reflexes in and of themselves are not meaningful. You can live a perfectly normal life if your pupils don't constrict in response to light. We test them for a very specific reason because they are proof or increasing evidence that the patient is unconscious. And that's because, and this has been brought up earlier, I'll just repeat it here, of the neurological structure known as the reticular activating system in the brain stem, which is responsible for wakefulness. So if this isn't functioning, you can't be wakeful. And if you can't be wakeful, you can't be conscious. And we can't test the function of the RAS directly. There's no way of testing it directly. But we do know that this network of nuclei in the brainstem is surrounded by those other brainstem nuclei. And when we show that the patient doesn't have a corneal reflex, that the pupils don't constrict, what we're showing is that the nuclei that are in close proximity to the RAS are not working. And so we infer, therefore, that the RAS is not working. And this gives us further confidence that the person is, in fact, unconscious. So that's what we mean when we say that a person is brain dead. And I want to, this isn't a slide I've ever used before, but I thought it might be helpful here. And it's actually come up already in the discussions today, is I do think that this tripartite way of thinking about brain death is very helpful. Jim referred to it as he did in his 1981 paper. Laney referred to it. But so it looks at death first in terms of a definition, then the criteria that fulfill that definition, and then the tests that fulfill the criteria. So in this standard way of looking at things, we start with the definition from the 1981 report and Jim's 1981 paper. We define death as the permanent cessation of the functioning of the organism as a whole. Then we get to the two criteria from the UDDA that fulfill that definition, the cardiorespiratory criterion and the neurological criterion. And then we get to the tests where we look at permanent respiratory arrest as fulfilling one and the AAN guidelines as fulfilling the other. I'm ignoring the distinctions here between permanent and irreversible, just so you know. So the problems we're facing now are twofold, is that we now know that the AAN guidelines do not fulfill the criterion. It is not the irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain. And we know that the criteria don't fit the definition because you don't see the permanent cessation of the functioning of the organism as a whole. And so, I think that these are two serious problems. Brain death is not the loss of all brain function. It's not biological death. And I think the solution is we need to be honest about what it means, that it's actually a social construct. And what we've done is we've said patients with a certain type of severe neurological injury that we call brain death are deemed to be dead. Now, you might say, oh my goodness, that is so radical. Who in the world would ever accept that idea? But in fact, that is exactly the position that the United Kingdom has taken. They don't have a law on brain death, but they do have a code of practice that is essentially their governing position on what brain death means. And they say exactly what I'm saying here, that death entails the irreversible loss of those essential characteristics which are necessary to the existence of a living human person. And thus, the definition of death should be regarded as the irreversible loss of the capacity for consciousness, combined with the irreversible loss of the capacity to breathe. Irreversible apneic unconsciousness. Okay, so the idea here is that death is a neurological concept. Contrary to the US position, the UK code does not insist that it's the same thing as biological death. It states that, in fact, while the body may continue to show signs of biological activity, these have no moral relevance to the declaration of death. And following Beecher, the British consider brain death to be a moral determination that is distinct from biological death, based on a particular view about what constitutes the essential characteristics of a human person. And so one solution that I think should be considered is that we should revise the UDDA so that rather than saying that human death is the irreversible loss of all functions of the entire brain, we should say that human loss is the irreversible loss, human death is the irreversible loss of the capacity for consciousness, combined with the irreversible loss of the capacity to breathe. Suggest that this is how we should revise the UDDA. This revision would be both radical as well as conservative. It would be radical because it would reject the view that our definition of death is based on ongoing biological integration, would accept that our current definition of brain death as human death is, and in fact always has been, a social construct, not a biological fact. And it would provide a univocal definition of death that is grounded in neurological functioning. But it would be conservative in ways that I think are important to many constituents, because it would have no short-term practical impact. The current criteria for determining death, both cardiorespiratory and brain death, would nominally fulfill this standard, but it would allow for modifications based on emerging data. So, as we develop more sophisticated ways of determining whether a patient is irreversibly unconscious, we would incorporate those into the guidelines. And more specifically, if we were to develop the neuroimaging or the neurophysiological ways to determine that a patient was not capable of spontaneous respiration, we would be able to replace the apnea test, which is a very problematic test that is currently part of the brain death guidelines. And it would preserve our current approach to organ procurement and in compliance with the dead donor rule. And so to sort of go back to this tripartite definition, it would now bring these three levels into coherence. The definition would be that death entails the loss of those essential characteristics which are necessary to the existence of a human person. The criteria that fulfilled that would be the state of irreversible apneic unconsciousness, and the test that would fulfill the criterion would be either permanent cardiorespiratory arrest or the AAN guidelines. And we would bring our understanding of death back into a form of philosophical coherence. So here's my last slide. I think we need to be honest with society about what brain death actually means. No, it does not mean that the person's brain is entirely dead. And no, it is not biological death. It is not death as we intuitively understand it. You know, it's not the kind of death that spans the biological kingdom, you know, where we easily identify dead animals, dead trees, dead plants, dead microbes even. Human death is different in our society. Brain death means that a person is in a state of irreversible apneic unconsciousness. Sorry, typo there. It's a social construct that is based on a value choice about the essential characteristics of being a living person. And you know, I know that many people are going to say, but wait a minute, that is a really important value choice. Where do you come up with that? And in fact, you know, that's what we've been talking about all day. Dr. Liza, Dr. DeGrazia, we've been talking about what is it? What does it mean to be a living human person? And without going into that, I want to make the strong point here that in the United States, since 1981, this has been the value choice that we as a society have made. That if you are in a state of irreversible apneic unconsciousness, you are considered to be dead in the United States, and you will be treated as being dead in the United States, as it is in the UK. I just think we need to be more honest about this. You know, in the last years, we've been concerned that we're living in sort of a post-truth world. And I'm terrified about that. And I know most of us are too. And I think I'm particularly terrified if we allow that to creep into the way that we talk about science, or we allow that to creep into the way that we talk about medicine. And I think it's particularly important that we be honest with the public about what brain death actually means. So I'll close there. Thanks very much.
Thanks so much, Bob. A number of interesting points have come up in the chat amongst the panelists, as well as a number of interesting questions have been posed by attendees. I'd like to start by calling on David DeGrazia to pose his question to the group.
Okay, thanks, both of you, terrific talks. Jim, I don't remember the context exactly, but I think at one point you said that either the definition of death or the criteria for death need not fit the case of, say, a paramecium. If you were talking about the general definition or conceptualization of death, I would like to know why it shouldn't make sense, or it need not apply to a case of a very primitive living thing such as a paramecium, given that they too live and die and are not simply cells that are part of a larger organism.
Thank you. I think that parts of it clearly do pertain to lower level organisms, unicellular organisms. For example, the requirement that death is irreversible. I think that irreversibility is intrinsic to any form of any death of any organism
Sure.
I can think of. So I would think that that particular characteristic would span the entire spectrum of biology. I think when we're talking about more complex organisms that one could analogize to humans in terms of the presence of the organism as a whole, such as the criteria that the Benelli team came up with, where they said that an organism is indivisible, and if it is divided, then the intact organism must be in one of the parts. That, of course, we know there are lots of low organisms that you can cut and each part will survive and grow into a different organism. And you can do that as long as you want. So I think that they're looking at the complexity part of it is the reason that Andrew Wong and I, in our recent paper, made the distinction between a concept of death and a conception, the conception being a subtype of the concept. And some of the concepts, like irreversibility, did span the entire spectrum, but others did not.
Okay, so the general concept could still refer to the irreversible cessation of functioning of the whole unit, the whole organism, or something like that. But then for some types, some subgroups, there might be some more criteria built into the conception. Is that correct?
Yes, that's our position.
Thank you.
Thanks. That I know you had a couple questions for Dr. Bernat.
Thank you. So as Dr. Bernat, as you heard, Bob was rather explicit and strong that we need to fix the mismatch, right? Amend the UDDA and fix it, to the mismatch between the AN criteria and the whole brain standard of death. You were softer on that. I think you said, well, we've lived with it this long. Why can't we just, continue living with it, I guess, in what Bob might call a legal fiction. And I'm wondering how, I just wanted to push you on that, right? Because the very fact that we're having this conference and many other conferences like this, like the one Bob hosted at Harvard a couple years ago, the fact that there's more court litigation, I'm wondering if that response or that approach is less viable right now in 2021 than maybe it was even just a few years ago.
I agree with you. I think it is less viable. This idea of living with it isn't my preference. I mention it only because I've heard other neurologists respond that way in my advocacy for changing the whole brain to the brain as a whole criterion, saying that, why is it necessary to go there? We're fine the way we are. And I think in the spirit of Bob Truog, of trying to be honest and saying it as it is and not pretending it's different, then it would be better to change the criterion and bring it into conformity with current medical practice.
Thanks, Jim. Sean, I know you had a question as well for Dr. Bernat.
Yeah, I may be misunderstanding something about the idea of the functioning of the organism as organism or the brain as a whole, and especially the immanence of it. But I'm imagining situations where a cerebrum, a thinking part is supported not by the operations of the brain as a whole or the organism as a whole, but technologically or potentially having been grafted onto another brain, right? So that it's like a case of even more closely conjoined than dicephaly. So in that case, it seems like you might come having had a cerebrum that used to be supported by the functioning of an organism or brain as a whole. You might have the same cerebrum and thus the same thoughts and personalities, like conceivably, right? You might have the same cerebrum and thus the same thoughts and personality and everything, but it's no longer supported by the functioning of your organism as a whole. It doesn't seem like you would have died in that case, right? So it's what I mean? And it may be empirically unlikely, but it doesn't seem even empirically impossible. It certainly is not conceptual.
There are lots of thought experiments based on science fiction about things like transplanting brains and grafting brains and so on, and they're interesting, and to some extent they may have value. I'm a critic of many of them only because I find them not plausible, and maybe that's because I'm more oriented toward being a physician and less a philosopher. That things, if that ever were possible, then it would force us to completely change our whole way of thinking about life and death and consciousness and even human identity. So personal identity. So I guess I'm not particularly interested in thinking about that kind of thing in those cases that are what I refer to as advanced science fiction, and only because everything would change if that were ever possible.
Could I add to that, if I may? I do think that this is a very good reason for why we ought to think about human death as a neurological phenomenon. And as an ICU physician, I could say that it is really hard to die in the modern ICU in the traditional way. And we get better and better at it all the time. And I think that for me, and I think for many who work in that environment, you come to the view that what really matters is the neurological functioning here. That's what really matters. And what I like about the British approach is that it defines human death in neurological terms: irreversible apneic unconsciousness. And you get to that either because you have a cardiac arrest, or you get to that because you fulfill the AAN brain death criteria. So death becomes a neurological phenomenon. And we'd have to play it out, but I think that may also make it easier to think about some of the thought experiments that people do, because what counts as life follows the brain, not the body. I'm going to come back to this just for a moment, this question about why apnea, because it really does sort of fascinate me. All of the philosophers talk about the consciousness part of this, but they don't talk about the spontaneous respiration part of it. And let me just say briefly, I think that a couple of things that matter are that, first of all, by showing that the brainstem function is gone, we become much, much more confident that the patient is really unconscious. That's number one. Number two, I do think we have this visceral repugnance to regarding a breathing person as being dead. And, whether that would, whether you would bury them or cremate them or, cut their heart out while they're still breathing. Yeah, maybe that's taking it too far, but at least conceptually, you are willing to think of that person who's still breathing as being dead as a living person. The third idea I want to mention came to me from my friend Frank Miller, who cited a Buddhist aphorism, which goes like this: when one says, "I breathe," the I is redundant. That there is something very profound about the breath and life that I don't think is really present in Western thinking, but I think is much more prevalent in Eastern thinking, and I think could explain why brain death has had such a difficult time getting traction in Asia. And I think it may also relate somewhat to the views of some Orthodox Jewish scholars who really regard the breath as being inseparable from being alive. So that may be a part of it. But anyway, I think this idea of thinking about death for human beings as a neurological phenomenon is something that is maybe what we should grow into, especially as technologies continue to develop.
Thanks. Christos, you had a question for the speakers?
Yes, quickly, excellent talks both. I wanted to ask Dr. Truog, if we do adopt this view, move away from a biological conception to a construct, a social, legal, medical, and we're going to hear more about this tomorrow, actually, but within a political liberal frame, doesn't that make even more forceful the idea that choice should be allowed for reasonable views?
Yeah, thank you, Christos, for the opportunity to talk about that, because and really it's just building on what Laney and Bob Veach had done, which is the reasonableness of having a plurality of views about when you're dead. And I guess I would say that that's really a societal choice. So, for example, Mormons believe that polygamy is ethically acceptable. And yet we have a law in the United States that you cannot marry more than one person. So not all perhaps reasonable pluralistic views need to be accepted by society. We could say, hey, look, you live in the United States and this is our law. And yeah, you may have different ideas about what it is to be dead, but you live here. So if you don't like that, you can move someplace else. Or we could say that we're going to allow a plurality of views. And just one more moment about that, because I think we've actually had a natural experiment in the United States around this issue. in that New Jersey for more than 25 years has permitted a plurality of views. They allow people to opt out of a neurologic determination of death. So for 25 years, we've had that going on in New Jersey, and we haven't seen any terrible consequences. You know, it's not like the ICUs are overflowing with people that are being kept alive in a brain dead state. As far as I know, it's had no negative impact upon organ donation or procurement and that sort of thing. And, you know, of course, you can't necessarily extrapolate from New Jersey to the rest of the country. But I think for those who are terribly concerned about allowing a plurality of views, I think New Jersey should stand as at least an example that it may not have consequences as disastrous as some people suppose.
Thanks, Bob. Fernando, you had a question?
Yes, thank you, Ariane, for Dr. Truog. I wonder, you mentioned that using the case described by Dr. Schumann about this little kid that after meningitis survived like 20 years and all calcified membranes in the brain when autopsy was done. And you said, if I remember correctly, that is a proof that the body doesn't need the brain. The fact that these kids survive for 20 years, right, while pronounced brain dead. And I would argue that the body needs the brain for the following reason. The revolution of mechanical ventilation transformed a disease that was mortal 100% of the times, brain death, into a survivable condition. And, but still, doesn't change the fact that the body needs the brain in order to survive. Medicine, technology has changed some things, but the brain is still dead. And I would use an example, and I would like to hear your opinion. There's another revolution happening as we speak, which is ECMO CPR. Right? Nowadays, you can have no circulation, but if you're acutely connected with an ECMO machine, you can survive for a period of time. It's being reserved for very specific cases for the time being. It's just the beginning. How much time is going to elapse until this is used in a more indiscriminate fashion, and patients who are in asystole will be maintained on ECMO CPR for a considerable amount of time. So where do we put the limits? How does it work?
Well, I mean, let me carry your example even a little bit further. So we have, for example, LVADs, left ventricular assist devices. So we have people that would have died by traditional means, have an LVAD put in, they can live for months or years. We don't generally consider dependence upon life support as relevant to whether you're alive or you're dead. You know, the fact that Christopher Reeve, the Superman actor, was kept alive on a ventilator for several years after he had high cervical quadriplegia, nobody ever thought of him as being anything less than fully alive because he needed a ventilator to breathe. People who are living on LVADs, we don't think they're any less alive because they're dependent on technology. You know, you could even carry it further. I mean, people that are on dialysis, are they half dead because they would be dead if it weren't for dialysis? We don't think that way. So dependence on life support does not count as to whether you're alive or dead. I think this is all the more reason for saying, this is why I think there's a really good reason to shift our understanding of what it means to be alive or dead as a human being to one based entirely upon neurological functioning.
Could I say something in response to Fernando's comment? One of the principal uses of ECMO CPR from a conceptual standpoint has to do with the distinction between permanent and irreversible loss of circulation. This distinction was raised earlier, and I know isn't exactly part of our conversation, but I have used the ECMO CPR as an example of many people have a unrealistic view of what circulatory cessation irreversibility means. And we used to say in the pre-ECMO era that if someone underwent idealized CPR for an appropriate period of time and it failed, they had an irreversible cessation of circulation. It was irreversible because the greatest attempts possible were made and failed to reverse it. Now such a person can be put on ECMO and could be kept going for days or longer. And of course, there are these cases that have been reported of young men with anterior MIs who had stunned myocardium or something that was reversible there. And although they couldn't be defibrillated, they could be maintained on ECMO until there was healing. And then the heart began to beat again. And these people would have been declared dead in every place in the world on the basis of irreversible cessation of circulation. And now, what does it mean to be irreversible? If we can support it this way, we may have to prove, if it were necessary to prove irreversibility to declare death, say in the DCDD donor, then you'd have to try ECMO on everybody, and that would have to fail. And then in the future, some new technology would have to be tried. The fact is that we make decisions at the bedside sometimes about what's available, what's appropriate, what the prognosis is, and a decision is made whether to employ it. And that, therefore, the irreversibility requires the same form of decision-making that a permanent cessation declaration requires. When I, years ago, was arguing about this distinction, a number of people said, well, the permanent is you're deciding to intervene or not intervene, and that's different than irreversibility, which is impossibility. Well, not anymore. So I think this isn't directly related to what Fernando was talking about, but I think it's important in any discussion about what irreversible circulatory cessation means now to realize that it too requires a decision about what technology to employ or not employ.
Thanks, I agree. That's an important related point. Bob, did you have any comment on irreversibility in this context?
Not now, but thank you, Arian.
All right, Erin, I know you had a question.
Yes, thank you. And thanks to all the panelists for really great talks this morning. My question, I think, is mostly for Bob, but I'm open to others to respond as well. And it's really to build on what Christos raised, which is the idea that if we accept that brain death is a social construct built on values, choices about what the essential characteristics are that constitute a person, but we have a law that only defines the dominant values perspective in technical terms for what neurologic death constitutes, essentially the existing medical standards. Do we not run the risk of undermining public trust rather than promoting it by being transparent about that? And would there be consideration for a modification of the law, the model law across states to resemble something closer to New Jersey, if not accommodating multiple choices of options for death?
Yeah, thanks, Erin. Let me start the conversation. Maybe you know, I personally share your view. I think that it's not there's nothing unreasonable about a family or a particular religious perspective being that as long as the patient's heart beats, that they're still alive. I think, I can address one of the fears there, and let me be careful. I don't want to violate any confidentiality requirements. So let me just say hypothetically, if there was a child who was diagnosed as brain dead in an ICU and the family rejected that diagnosis, not for idiosyncratic reasons, but for deeply held religious beliefs. Hypothetically, if we tried to transfer that patient to New Jersey and there was no place in New Jersey that would accept them, and they're requiring ICU care and we need to keep them in the ICU, and ICU beds are full every single day, as they are in most ICUs around the country. This is a problem. We can't, if we're going to respect plurality, we can't just turn off that ventilator. So how do we approach this? And I think one way of approaching it would be to put aside the question as to whether the patient is alive or dead and come back to another thorny concept, which is that of futility. And that we have no obligation as physicians or as healthcare providers to provide treatments that offer no long-term benefit to the patient. And, rather than saying we're going to take away the ventilator because your child is dead, we're going through due process, say we're going to take away the ventilator because we have very strong evidence that your child is never going to regain consciousness, and there is no benefit to continuing. And so basically avoid these resource allocation dilemmas through a different rationale, which I think is a more honest rationale, frankly. Rather than insisting, as the doctors did to Jahi McMath's parents, what don't you understand about dead? She's dead, 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 as the chief medical officer pounded on the table, according to the New Yorker magazine. Rather than forcing this idea down the throats of patients who don't accept it, go to, I think, a much more plausible rationale, which is to say that continued ICU care is not in the patient's best interest because it's not going to be of benefit. And so, Aaron, this is a long way of saying that my own view, and I think others could disagree. My own view is that we ought to respect these differences of opinion, and in situations where push comes to shove, address them in a different way.
Alan?
Bob, a follow-up on that point, Bob. You can say it's not in the patient's best interest, but the example you just gave of Jahi McMath, the parents say it is in her best interest. So how did you advance the argument?
Well, I would not have disagreed with a hospital ethics committee in a state that permitted this, let's say Texas, for a committee to say that further treatment was futile or inappropriate in the McMath case and have withdrawn life support in that case shortly after the diagnosis was made, on the basis of it being non-beneficial treatment.
So better to withdraw calling it non-beneficial than calling it dead when the benefit, you haven't really defined what you mean by benefit, because if the benefit is continued biological existence, there is a benefit, and that's all that the McMath family was looking for.
Yeah, I'm not saying that all views about benefit need to be honored. I'm much more comfortable saying that with scarce ICU resources, we do not keep people who are irreversibly unconscious in our ICU. That to me is a very strong position. What I see as not a strong position is saying, because you're unconscious and aren't going to breathe, that means you're dead. I think, the one I feel very comfortable with, the other I don't, other than to support, as I said before, if that's the law we have in the United States and such, then that is the law. But I think that you're on much stronger philosophical grounds around the futility argument than you are around the definition of death.
If I can clarify just one thing about your argument about futility, what I hear you saying is that it becomes more compelling when you're in a condition of scarcity, where principles of resource allocation oftentimes don't fully regard the discrete needs of individuals, but really have to be thought about in the context of overall stewardship of resources, which might not apply if there were a case existing when there was not scarcity of resources.
You said it better than I did, Aaron. Thank you. Thank you for clarifying it that way. Exactly.
Ellen, I know you had a question for the speakers.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks to both of you for terrific talks. I have a question for Bob. You mentioned in passing about some concerns about the apnea test. And I know on other occasions you've raised concerns about the apnea test. So my question to you is, how do you propose to practically diagnose irreversible apnea for the sake of your new criterion?
I do think you would need the apnea test, and I think there's two steps to this problem. Under what conditions can we do the apnea test without permission from a family, versus do we need the apnea test in order to determine that a patient has lost the capacity for spontaneous respiration? An advantage that I see of the UK approach is that it leaves open the possibility for further neurological research that will identify either neuroimaging or neurophysiological findings which highly correlate with the inability to have spontaneous respiration. And that would avoid the need to do the apnea test. I'm not going to take a firm position around permission to do the apnea test. What I found problematic is the view that it's no risk or very, very low risk. I think that we do have to grapple with the problem that it is a test that involves risk and it involves no benefit for the patient. And what would be the circumstances under which we could require patients and families to undergo that test even without their permission?
David, you had a question. Oh, I'm sorry,
yeah,
Alan, go ahead.
Yeah, would failure of one apnea test prove irreversibility of apnea?
As opposed to, what are you thinking, Alan? Like, requiring two tests?
Well, I don't know. I mean, the criterion is irreversible apneic unconsciousness. So
yeah,
how do you determine irreversibility of apnea?
Well, I think isn't it true? Wouldn't you agree that the notion of irreversibility is, of course, always one that has to be based upon sort of external factors, like what are the facts that are surrounding this? And so when we look at a brain in somebody who has been diagnosed as brain dead, and we see massive destruction on CT or a terrible MRI, we infer irreversibility because of that degree of destruction. And I think the same thing would be true around an apnea test. It's like, if it's happening in the context of no evidence on imaging of an injury, we would have to truly question it. If we're looking at it in the context of an injury, which would clearly implicate the enormous damage to the brainstem, then I think we would probably infer irreversibility. But it's going to depend upon those external factors as well. It's not going to be just one, not just a test taken in isolation.
Mm-hmm. So I would agree with that, and I would emphasize that irreversibility requires some inference, at least, if not demonstration, of destruction.
Yes.
Of the structure responsible for the function.
Completely agree.
David, you had a question for Bob?
Yes. Bob, in talking about human death, you've sometimes talked about the death of a human being, but I think more often have talked about the death of a human person. And I was wondering how you saw the relationship between personhood and being human. If the criteria for death have something to do with not only the ability to breathe, but also consciousness, I was wondering how you suggest that we think about the death of human embryos or fetuses too immature to have brains, or say anencephalics, or in more generally, how does personhood play a role? I understand you're thinking of this as a kind of construct, and so it doesn't have to be a strictly biological, and isn't a strictly biological conception. But I was wondering if you could clarify the role of personhood and the death of human non-persons.
I'm going to turn this around a little bit. I'm not a philosopher. I'm going to turn it around a little bit because I want to say, David, that we have de facto, since at least 1981, as a society, adopted this notion that irreversible apneic unconsciousness means that we can treat you as being dead.
Sufficient for death. Yeah, okay.
Sufficient for death, right?
Yeah, okay.
And so I just want to take that as a observation of fact. It has operated that way, with some exceptions like New Jersey, maybe New York. I think it's a fascinating question about what that means for how we think about personhood and embryos, and, you know, and we may, you know, as we begin to, first of all, we've not acknowledged that. We've not acknowledged that irreversible apneic unconsciousness has been used to declare people dead. We've had a lot of other ways of talking about it, but I don't think we've talked honestly about it. So the beginning is, let's talk honestly that this is what it means when we declare a person brain dead. Then I think we spin out, you know, how might we philosophically defend that? What are the strengths? What are the weaknesses? And we may come to feel as a society that that's no longer tenable. But I think that those discussions need to occur, and that's where, you know, people like you are going to be essential to that conversation.
Well, that is helpful, because I better understand your starting point, and it's not deriving from a sort of general understanding of, you know, what every living member of the Homo sapiens species. Yes, okay.
I'm not making that argument. I'm simply pointing out what we've been doing.
Right, and interpreting it in a certain way. And yeah, okay, thank you. That's very helpful.
Kathy, you had a question for our speakers?
Yes, Bob, so in a recent Texas case, parents objected to withdrawal of life support, actually rejected to the second apnea test, right? They objected in between the two apnea tests that were required. And the Texas Futility Statutes procedure was begun but not followed through. The court said the parents had no claim based on violation of the futility statute because the child was dead already. To me, that poses two questions I'm wondering your view on. One is that it seems like the family was viewing this as a futility situation. And then one problem with the brain death declaration, which did occur after the facility stopped following the procedures, was that it permitted the hospital to avoid those Texas procedures. So it seems to me, number one, that, and I wonder if I'm accurate, that you think in that case the procedure should have been followed. And also the family prevented the declaration of brain death with the refusal of that second apnea test, yet the court considered the child dead. And so I'm wondering if you think that was a decision by the court that is consistent with what the law should be.
Well, there's so many questions wrapped up in the case. For this fascinating case, thank you for sharing it. I mean, some of it is going to come down to what do we think the guidelines say about the necessity for a second apnea test, and I would defer to Ariane, who knows this inside and out, and particularly in pediatric guidelines. This was a child, I take it?
Child.
Yeah. And the fact that Texas does have this futility law, I don't know, it's fascinating. I can see all the ways that these things intermix, but I do think that you're making the point that there is a relationship between our concerns that rejection of brain death will lead to inevitable prolonged life support for patients, without recognizing that we actually, you know, in Texas, life support is discontinued from many patients who are not brain dead on the basis of the view that it's non-beneficial care. Mm-hmm. And so that there is a relationship between these two things. And just because, you know, we may allow families to plurality of views in terms of whether they accept brain death, doesn't necessarily mean that we are therefore committed to providing life support indefinitely, that there's other ways of adjudicating these conflicts.
Thank you. With regard to the rationing and resources point, I would point out this was in the fall of 2020 when COVID was happening.
I mean, I can tell you that, working in an ICU, these are incredibly stressful situations that really get clinicians worked up. When you've got somebody who's never going to leave that ICU awake, never going to be awake again, and you've got, people in the emergency room who need those beds, people get pretty upset. And so I do think, that we need a way of resolving those conflicts. I just worry about imposing the concept of brain death on people is maybe even less acceptable than saying to them, listen, we're not going to keep going on the basis of that this is, we really believe that this is non-beneficial.
Thank you.
John, you had a comment? John?
I think you're muted, John.
John, you're still muted. Sorry.
How about now? Is that
Much
right?
better.
Okay, sorry. Yeah, it's just a comment on the exchange between David and on the person question. I mean, it seems like what would be open to you is to just distinguish between the organism or the human organism and the human and then just run human being and human person together. That those are really, for the most part, concordant concepts, and that one of the things which is the idea that personhood or being a human being involves a potential for consciousness and awareness. And if that's gone, so that takes care of the fetuses, right? Because you can say, yeah, they're living human persons, human beings. But when that is lost at the end of life, the potentiality, then that's the death. So I think that there are resources for you to deal with that. Yeah.
Yeah, thank you.
Sid, you had a question?
Yeah, I just wanted to follow up on this question of sort of withdrawing life-sustaining treatment on the basis of futility, where the family doesn't accept a brain death declaration. And so one of the things that we saw in Jahai McMath's case was that she didn't actually need ICU care. It was possible to just release her to her family and let them take care of her, which they managed to do quite well for about 5 years. But the other complication here is that she was declared legally dead. And so in the state of California, she was dead. She was not eligible for treatment. She couldn't have gone to a nursing home. Her family would not have insurance coverage of any kind to take care of her. And so, once you've made that declaration and said this child is dead and we're not going to keep them in an ICU bed here, there's this huge coercive structure that comes into play here that essentially makes it impossible for this family, unless you're, basically going to unhook the kid and give him to them and say, good luck. I hope you get him home. I mean, I'm not sure that futility solves that problem. And the coercion involved in the declaration of brain death is itself a problem that is a huge handicap for people being able to actually act on their beliefs and keep their loved one alive.
Yeah, thanks, Sid. Let me expand on that, because the McMath case is on the one hand a fascinating puzzle about what it means to be dead, but on the other hand, it is a huge story about race and class. And Alan will know this much better from his interactions with the parents. But my understanding is that Jahai McMath's mother has said that if she had been treated with respect, that she never would have insisted upon this prolonged ventilator thing. But what happened, and unfortunately I think is not uncommon, is that once the diagnosis of death was made, the hospital's position was, we don't need to talk to you about anything. We've filled out the death certificate. There's no negotiation here. And any family is going to push back on that. Wait a minute, I can tell you that when you have a child in the ICU who is brain dead, looking at them, they don't look any different. In many cases, they look even better than a lot of the other patients in the ICU who are, gonna survive and do fine. It's not obvious at all that this is a dead person. And I think for the family to have said, wait a minute, we don't accept that she's dead, and just to be met with, no, you just don't understand. We've done it. We've signed the death certificate, is no way to treat people. Now, of course, to go through a futility process sort of has the same implication at the end. You end up saying that we're going to do this no matter what you think. But I think treating people with respect is still the underlying lesson here, and something that even if we're diagnosing people as brain dead, I think we need to remember.
Thanks so much, Dr. Truog and Dr. Bernat, for this session. This now closes out our session 2 on death of the brain and death of the organism. And I turn back to Christos to lead us into the next session.
Ariane, thank you very much. So we're just to stay on time, we're just gonna move ahead with the third session and the last for the day. And here we're gonna call upon 4 very experienced and very well-versed physicians on the issues related to declaration of death by neurologic criteria. And the first one to take the podium will be Dr. Ariane Lewis, who is an associate professor of neurology at NYU Grossman School and the neurointensivist. Ariane is going to talk about why the clinical assessment, the neurologic clinical assessment, is the gold standard for determination of death. Ariane, you can take over.
Thanks so much, Christos. So I'm going to be speaking about diagnosis of death by neurologic criteria. The clinical assessment is the gold standard. By way of disclosure, I was a member of the steering committee for the World Brain Death Project, which I'll mention in this presentation. I'm also a member of the Determination of Death Act Study Committee, and an international advisor to the Canadian Critical Care Society Definition and Determination of Death Committee. I'm also a member of the AAN Ethics, Law and Humanities Committee, the Neurocritical Care Society Ethics Committee, and the American Academy of Neurology Brain Death Working Group, but I have no financial disclosures related to this topic. So what is the gold standard? Dating back to 1500, from an economic perspective, gold was recognized as a standard medium of exchange for international trade. Over the course of time, a number of different pros and cons have been addressed related to the use of the concept of the gold as the standard for economic exchange, and this led to 1971, in which the USA abandoned the gold standard. Right around this time, actually, is when the term the gold standard was first introduced in the medical literature in 1979. After 15 years in 1992, there was a debate in the literature actually about whether or not we should use the term gold standard, published in the British Medical Journal. Dugan noted, because the subject is a state of perpetual evolution, gold standards are, by definition, almost never reached. Instead, as progress is made, conclusions may be drawn with an increasing degree of confidence. He further noted, I have noted a steady increase in its use. This subjective impression has been confirmed by a Medline search. This showed that during 1982 to 1986, 9 papers included the phrase in their titles, with a further 59 using it in the abstract. During 1987 to 1991, these figures jumped to 35 and 373 respectively. These figures do not include other papers that use the phrase elsewhere in the text. A close inspection of the 35 recent publications indicates that the use is subject to considerable criticism. In 19 cases, the designation gold standard is questioned in such varied conditions as depression, left ventricular function, osteoporosis, and gastroesophageal reflux. This is not surprising, I suppose, as these are clinical conditions that are not amenable to the certainty implied in the term. Because the phrase smacks of dogma, its use should be discontinued in medical science. After all, the financiers gave up the idea of a gold standard decades ago. In opposition to this perspective, Versi wrote, the gold standard is not the perfect test, but merely the best available test. The Oxford English Dictionary states that it is a measure to which others conform or by which the accuracy of others is judged. As science increases its hold on the practice of medicine, we become more aware of the limitations of the clinical method. Unfortunately, we also become more aware of the limitations of various diagnostic tests. Nevertheless, at any given time, there may well be a consensus that a given test in a given situation is the best available test. It therefore serves as the gold standard against which newer tests can be compared. When enough data have accumulated to make that gold standard untenable, it can perfectly reasonably be replaced by another. This can then preside until it too is toppled. As a result, Wikipedia now describes the gold standard in medicine and statistics as a diagnostic test or benchmark that is the best available under reasonable conditions. Other times, a gold standard is the most accurate test without possible restrictions. Since that 1992 publication of this debate, there actually have been a wide number of publications in the literature that use the term gold standard. A PubMed search this month yielded over 81,000 results relating to the diagnosis, prognosis, and management, and using the term gold standard in a wide range of different medical disorders. However, many publications also noted that there isn't always a gold standard. So in some cases, we don't have a gold standard for the diagnosis, the prognosis, or management of certain medical conditions. And sometimes the gold standard can change. So there were a number of publications that addressed the change of the gold standard over the passage of time. So what is the gold standard for the diagnosis of death by neurologic criteria? Is it the clinical assessment? Is it a blood flow or electrodiagnostic study? Is it the clinical assessment plus a blood flow or electrodiagnostic study? It is an autopsy, or is there just no gold standard for the diagnosis of death by neurologic criteria? In 1968, an ad hoc group at Harvard met and convened to address the definition of irreversible coma. From a clinical perspective, they indicated that irreversible coma required irreversible cerebral damage in the absence of hypothermia or CNS depressants, unreceptivity, unresponsivity, no movement or breathing, or no reflexes. With respect to the need for ancillary testing, they noted the electroencephalogram provides confirmatory data, and when available, it should be utilized. In situations where for one reason or another, EEG monitoring is not available, the absence of cerebral functions has to be determined by purely clinical signs, to be described or by absence of circulation as judged by standstill of blood in the retinal vessels or by absence of cardiac activity. Beecher further clarified the position related to this in a 1972 publication in which he wrote, "Almost everybody else has required the use of the EEG. We think it adds helpful confirmatory evidence, but we do not think it is necessary by itself." Throughout the 1970s, a number of different organizations throughout the country created their own version of brain death criteria. Here's one that was published in 1971 by the University of Minnesota Health Sciences Center. They noted, "We do not believe that an EEG is mandatory," and further noted, "It is our contention that in patients with known but irreparable intracranial lesions, determination of brain death can be based on clinical judgment." Then in 1981, the President's Commission for the Study of Ethical Problems in Medicine and Biomedical and Behavioral Research convened to address the legal consideration of the use of neurologic criteria to declare death and formed the Uniform Determination of Death Act, which noted an individual who has sustained either irreversible cessation of circulatory and respiratory functions or irreversible cessation of all functions of the entire brain, including the brain stem, is dead. A determination of death must be made in accordance with accepted medical standards. The writers did not indicate a specific set of medical standards by which death should be declared, and in fact noted that it would be a mistake to enshrine any particular medical criteria or any requirements for procedure or review as part of a statute, in part because of the fact that during this time period, there were many different standards circulating. In 1987, a group of pediatric neurologists and pediatric intensivists created guidelines for brain death determination in pediatric patients. Their guidelines indicated that it was necessary to have irreversible coma due to a known etiology in the absence of reversible pathology, absence of spontaneous or induced movements, excluding spinal reflexes, absence of brainstem function, and apnea. And the only population in which they indicated it was necessary to also perform an ancillary test was patients who were less than 1 year old, where they indicated that 2 EEGs or an EEG plus a radionucleotide angiography was necessary. In 1995, the American Academy of Neurology put forth guidelines for brain death determination in adults. Ilko Vedics led this effort and wrote, "The clinical diagnosis of brain death is equivalent to irreversible loss of all brainstem function." With respect to the need for ancillary tests, he indicated, "Brain death is a clinical diagnosis. A confirmatory test is not mandatory in most situations." In 2008, the President's Council on Bioethics convened again to address controversies in the determination of death. They noted that death by neurologic criteria can be declared in the setting of documented history of injury that does not suggest potentially transient cause of symptoms, such as hypothermia or drug intoxication, unresponsive coma, absence of brainstem reflexes, and inability to breathe during an apnea test. With respect to the need for ancillary testing, they noted, "Standard practice in the United States dictates that these tests should be optional to be used by the clinician in difficult cases. For example, when some factor interferes with clinical testing or when there is a need to abbreviate the interval before a second round of testing. In some other countries, the laboratory tests are mandatory." In 2010, the American Academy of Neurology published an updated version of their guidelines. In this updated version, they noted further, in adults, ancillary tests are not needed for the clinical diagnosis of brain death and cannot replace a neurologic evaluation. Subsequently, the pediatric community also created an updated version of their 1987 guidelines by the Society of Critical Care Medicine, the American Academy of Pediatrics, and the Child Neurology Society. In this, they noted determination of brain death in term newborns, infants, and children is a clinical diagnosis based on the absence of neurologic function with a known irreversible cause of coma. With respect to ancillary studies, they noted ancillary studies are not required to establish brain death and are not a substitute for the neurologic evaluation. In terms of the question with regards to the UDDA statement that it's necessary to employ the accepted medical criteria when declaring death by neurologic criteria, the American Academy of Neurology organized a summit in 2016 in response to contemporary concerns about brain death determination. At this summit, it was concluded that the 2010 AAN and 2011 SCCM, AAP, and CNS criteria are the accepted medical criteria in the USA, and this position was endorsed by a number of different stakeholder organizations in declaration of death by neurologic criteria. This was also similarly relayed in a position statement put forth by the American Academy of Neurology in 2019, where it was noted the American Academy of Neurology endorses that clinical assessment is the foundation of brain death determination and that the primary role of ancillary testing is to serve as a surrogate means of assessment when requisite components of the clinical brain death evaluation cannot be ascertained. A similar position has been taken in the international community. In 2014, Sam Shemy authored this paper on behalf of an organized group put together by the WHO related to declaration of death. The authors noted death is determined primarily using clinical criteria based on direct observation or examination of the patient once preconditions have been fulfilled and confounding conditions excluded. They further noted certain ancillary and/or complementary laboratory tests may be useful in situations in which clinical testing cannot be performed or when confounding or special conditions are present. Limitations to using certain of these tests in death determination means that further research is required to ensure their reliability. Over the course of time, the number of countries around the world that have mandated ancillary testing has decreased. Ilko Vedics put forth this publication in 2002, in which he found that of 70 practice guidelines around the world that he reviewed, 28, which was 40%, required confirmatory testing. In 2020, a publication looking at brain death determination practices around the world found that only 28% of guidelines required ancillary testing. There's also notable variability in terms of what ancillary tests are accepted in various countries around the world. And additionally, there's variability in terms of the details related to the technique for performance and the interpretation of these tests around the world. The World Brain Death Project was put together by Jean Sung and Dave Greer in response to controversies related to the declaration of death by neurologic criteria. This project was a consensus statement put forth by the international community of experts related to brain death determination and endorsed by 5 world federations and multiple national and international medical societies. One premise of the report was that brain death and death by neurologic criteria should be defined as the process of establishing through neurologic criteria, clinical examination with or without ancillary testing that a person is dead. There were a number of recommendations put forth in this publication, one of which noted that it is recommended that brain death be defined as the complete and permanent loss of brain function as defined by an unresponsive coma with loss of capacity for consciousness, brainstem reflexes, and the ability to breathe independently. It was also recommended that brain death be first and foremost considered a clinical determination, and that ancillary testing be required only in certain circumstances. Lastly, it was suggested that ancillary testing may be used to promote understanding of the clinical determination to families who express resistance or uncertainty to the declaration of death by neurologic criteria. The World Brain Death Project also evaluated different tests that can be used for ancillary testing and described the advantages and disadvantages and the sensitivity and specificity associated with each of these tests. Additionally, the World Brain Death Project looked at the legal requirements for declaration of death by neurologic criteria in 32 countries around the world and found that 22 of these countries don't require ancillary testing. 7 countries do indeed require ancillary testing for all evaluations for death by neurologic criteria legally, and 3 countries required ancillary testing in certain circumstances. Chile and Slovenia require it for pediatric patients, and Russia requires ancillary testing if the observation period is shortened or the number of exams is reduced. Jim Bernat authored this survey of providers about when they use ancillary tests to determine brain death. A number of different cases was provided, and individuals were able to respond to the survey and provide their response with respect to whether or not they would utilize ancillary testing in these circumstances. The first case addressed a situation in which the provider was unable to perform apnea testing. 82% of respondents indicated that they would perform ancillary testing under these circumstances. Notably, in accordance with both the AAN and the SCCM, AAP, and CNS guidelines, if apnea testing cannot be performed or the full clinical assessment cannot be completed, then ancillary testing is warranted in order to perform an evaluation for declaration of death by neurologic criteria. The second case that was included here was a situation in which pediatric parents, there was a pediatric patient and there were parents who were skeptical of the diagnosis of death by neurologic criteria. In this case, 48% of respondents indicated they would perform an ancillary test. And the last case addressed infratentorial injury, which is not something which is specifically addressed in the current AAN or the SCCM AAP CNS guidelines. With respect to this, 44% of respondents indicated they would perform ancillary testing in this situation. Additionally, a survey looking at pediatric intensivists and neurologists found that 13% of respondents indicated that ancillary testing was required by their institutional protocol, and this is intensivists and neurologists in the United States, and 35% of pediatric intensivists and neurologists perform ancillary testing routinely based on personal preference. With respect to the question as to whether or not autopsy studies should be considered the gold standard for declaration of death by neurologic criteria, Ilko Vedics published this paper in 2008 in which they reviewed macroscopic and microscopic brain pathology for ischemic neuronal damage in 41 patients who met the clinical criteria for brain death. The authors found there was no distinctive neuropathologic features apparent in this series of patients. Neuronal ischemic changes were frequently profound, but mild changes were present in a third of the examined hemispheres and in half of the brain stems. Respirator brain with extensive ischemic neuronal loss and tissue fragmentation was not observed. As a result, they concluded that neuropathologic examination is therefore not diagnostic of brain death. So, what is the gold standard for diagnosis of death by neurologic criteria? PubMed search of brain death and gold standard from 2010 to 2021 yielded 3 documents that identified the gold standard for diagnosis of death by neurologic criteria. 2 of these documents specifically noted that the clinical evaluation is the gold standard for brain death testing. The third document looked at a particular specific circumstance in which brain death testing also requires in this case, the authors noted CT angiography as the gold standard. And this was in a circumstance in which patient had been on sedative drugs at the time of the evaluation. However, it's important to recognize that we don't have all the answers as of yet, and there's much research still to be done in this area, both on a practical and philosophical level. These are some questions that were published as part of the World Brain Death Project related to the concept of death by neurologic criteria and also related to the use of ancillary testing for declaration of death by neurologic criteria. Additionally, this paper published by Jamie Labuzetta last year addressed the question amongst staff and trainees at the University of San Diego of what their biggest questions were about brain death. And one of the questions that was included in the list of questions that was provided to respondents was, what is the gold standard for testing? And as you can see here, this was a top question that respondents had amongst all groups with the exception of the fellow respondents. Lastly, there have been other proposals to utilize a different gold standard for death by neurologic criteria, including this publication, which came out in 2019, which indicated the gold standard of the study was the clinical diagnosis of brain death based on the following criteria: unresponsiveness, absent brainstem reflexes, and apnea after the exclusion of reversible confounding factors, the clinical evaluation for brain death. However, the author then urged that histopathologic examination of the brain structures at autopsy should be adopted as the gold standard to validate neuroimaging modalities threshold in detection of cerebral blood flow reduction to confirm irreversible ischemia and necrosis in brain death. So in summary, a gold standard in medicine at present is a benchmark identified by consensus to which other diagnostic and therapeutic prognostic methodologies can be compared, but that doesn't mean that a gold standard is perfect or that everyone agrees with it. A gold standard can change if needed in the setting of new evidence, precipitating the need for change in consensus. But recognizing that there are circumstances where additional diagnostic testing is needed because a complete clinical assessment, including apnea testing for death by neurologic criteria, cannot be performed. At present, the clinical assessment is the gold standard for death by neurologic criteria, both in the USA and around the world. And lastly, on a note of levity, Mae West put forth this quote of, "No gold digging for me, I take diamonds. We may be off the gold standard someday." Thank you.
Thank you, Ariane. Maybe next year we'll ask you to talk about the diamond standard here. But okay, great. So the next speaker is Ari Joff, who is a clinical professor of pediatrics and an adjunct professor at the John Dossetor Health Ethics Center from the University of Alberta in Edmonton. And he's going to criticize current diagnostic criteria. Thank you. And Ari, if you're ready, you can start.
All right, can you see my screen?
Yes.
All right. Well, after that last talk, I might have to admit defeat, but I'm not going to. I'm going to still persist with my critique about the clinical gold standard. So I'm going to talk about the epistemic, what I consider the epistemic problems in diagnosing brain death. And so I think there are two epistemic questions. Can we, in fact, obtain the knowledge that brain death has occurred? And can we, in principle, obtain the knowledge that brain death has occurred? And I'll talk about both of those. So the first problem is, to me, the first epistemic problem is, do the bedside tests for brain death, in fact, empirically, confirm that there has been irreversible loss of all brain functions, i.e. brain death? On my slides, when I put things in quotations, that's using the terminology of the World Brain Death Project, where brain death is said to be the irreversible loss of all brain functions. And I take, I put up some references. There are many references though, so these are just a few of them that tell us that the tests for brain death actually do not diagnose a state of irreversible loss of all brain function. We've known for a long time that there is continued EEG activity in 20% of patients, at least brainstem auditory and or somatosensory evoked potential activity in about 5%. Hypothalamic functions, including ongoing antidiuretic hormone regulation of fluid and electrolyte homeostasis, temperature regulation, hemodynamic stability, even puberty, occurring in at least 50% of patients. Hemodynamic and endocrine stress response to incision for organ procurement in over 20%, the ability to breathe at a PaCO2 over 60 in several case reports, and other brain functions in case reports, including the Cushing reflex, oculocardiac reflex, and lacrimation. And the reason that the current tests do not diagnose a state of irreversible loss of all brain functions is explained by the fact that there is ongoing cerebral blood flow by radionuclide angiography in about 20% of brain dead patients. And there's lack of extensive pathologic brain destruction in well over 20%, as you just heard. I want to present a novel argument because all those functions have been known for a long time to persist in the state of diagnosed as brain death. And that is that the so-called spinal reflexes remain in 11 to 44% of patients who are diagnosed with brain death. And these are complex polysynaptic reflexes that have been attributed to spinal central pattern generators that have been released by injury to the lower medulla and upper cervical spinal cord. And The World Brain Death Project describes these as spinal reflexes: the Lazarus sign, which remarkably is bilateral arm flexion, shoulder adduction, hand raising to the chest, face, or endotracheal tube with dystonic posturing of fingers, looking like they're trying to grab the endotracheal tube, which can occur in 4% of patients. They also describe respiratory-like movements, decerebrate-like movements, extensor posturing, eyelid opening, head turning, hugging, and limb elevation. And what I'm going to tell you is that these spinal reflexes are by far much more likely of brainstem origin and indicate another set of ongoing brain functions. And here are the reasons. There are many references. If you want them, I'll send them to you later. But here are the reasons why I would argue that these complex so-called spinal reflexes actually originate in the brain. They have never been described in the setting of acute or complete spinal cord injury. In acute spinal shock, that lasts for days to weeks, during which spinal central pattern generators are not active. These spinal central pattern generators cause rhythmic actions rather than sustained single actions. When these spinal mechanisms alone are responsible, the muscle movements and the EMG amplitudes are very small. Spinal automatisms do not occur in primates, including humans, with complete spinal cord injury without some stimulation, pharmacologically or electrically, to replace the normal tonic supraspinal brainstem input to these centers. And with incomplete spinal cord injury, training with load-bearing and manually assisted movements are required to manifest these rhythmic actions from the spinal cord. So supraspinal input is particularly important for flexor activity and arm movement coupling, which most of these so-called spinal reflexes have. So I'll consider some objections to the fact that ongoing brain functions still continue in the state of brain death. And a common one is that often repeated, including in the World Brain Death Project, is the assertion that brain death has withstood the test of time. There are absolutely no cases of reversibility reported. And the flaws with that argument include, first, that it's circular, because the diagnosis of brain death invariably leads to withdrawal or at least limitation of life support. So that is a self-fulfilling prophecy. The other is that it's just simply false. There are at least 6 cases of some reversible brainstem findings in brain death. This includes cases that have had an apnea test and EEG silence, both in adults and children, and they were diagnosed according to current guidelines. And it's just irrelevant. It's the wrong question, because the question is not the prognosis for these patients, but whether they had lost all functions of the brain. So I'm going to run through the 6 cases of reversibility quickly. One case was reported in 1990 by Corman, a 3-month-old who was found apneic in a crib and required CPR. And on day 4 and 5 fulfilled brain death criteria, including an apnea test and including electrocerebral silence. But after that, she regained eye opening, facial grimacing, eye movements, and corneal reflexes. Another case reported by Hahn in 1991, again a 3-month-old, found unresponsive between the bed and wall and required CPR, and on day 4 and 5 fulfilled brain death criteria, including an apnea test and electrocerebral silence, but after extubation had spontaneous breathing. Okamoto reported, again, a 3-month-old in 1995 who had hypoglycemia and apnea and required CPR, and on day 3 and 5 met all criteria for brain death, including an apnea test and electrocerebral silence, but regained spontaneous breathing. Schumann in 2018 described a 2-year-old who had severe traumatic brain injury and was diagnosed with brain death at 72 hours, met all current criteria, including an ancillary cerebral blood flow test, but after extubation had spontaneous breathing. In adults, Roberts reported in 2010 a 26-year-old with mastoiditis and a temporal lobe abscess who fulfilled criteria of brain death, but in the operating room regained spontaneous breathing. Most recently, Latour in 2020 reported a 59-year-old who had a catastrophic intracerebral hemorrhage and met brain death criteria, including a SPECT scan that showed absent flow, no uptake in the brain. But the following morning, this patient had cough, intermittent spontaneous respirations, and extensor posturing. A final case in adults was reported by Webb in 2011, a 55-year-old who had a cardiac arrest and was cooled and was diagnosed brain dead at 78 hours with an apnea test and electrocerebral silence, but later had cough, corneal reflexes, and spontaneous breathing. But that one didn't quite meet the current clinical criteria because testing was done at 23 hours after rewarming instead of 24 hours. So I want to consider another objection. Well, it said brain death is first and foremost a clinical determination. And the World Brain Death Project, and you heard in the last speaker make that assertion, but it is simply evidently false. Because the World Brain Death Project writes fundamentals of the brain death concept include patient-related clinical laboratory or imaging requirements that should be fulfilled. There has to be neuroimaging showing an irreversible, devastating brain injury. We might have to measure drug levels. We have to measure PaCO2 levels. We have to measure electrolyte or metabolic factors that might be confounders. Another reason it's false is that we can diagnose neuroendocrine control clinically, just at the bedside by looking to see if there's polyuria. And it's also irrelevant because why must it be a clinical bedside diagnosis? The clinician's method of access to a function should not be relevant to making a diagnosis. Many diagnoses are made with the aid of laboratory or imaging tests. The last objection I'll consider is it said that residual functions are not critical functions, rather they're mere activity. So this mere activity reflects microphenomena recordable by technology at the cellular level. And we only want to measure functions, which are macrophenomena that are measurable on bedside neurologic examinations. There are several problems with this. One is that it seems purely ad hoc. The only reason to say that is to save the brain death test, because it turns out that pupillary and corneal reflexes are critical functions. They reflect integration of the organism as a whole, or the brain as a whole. But EEG, neuroendocrine activity, and breathing activity at a CO2 over 60 are not critical functions. It's also based on a false assumption. It's based on the claim that brain death is purely a clinical diagnosis. And most importantly, it also is just false. In fact, the World Brain Death Project writes this: electrophysiological methods demonstrating presence or absence of function of the brain. So EEG and somatosensory evoked potentials demonstrate function in the brain. And I would argue persistence of hormonal regulatory function may be a typo in the project, but they claim it is a brain function, is the same as clinical exam measuring function, because it delivers a stimulus, which is plasma osmolarity, blood pressure, or electrolytes, to provoke central processing, that is in the hypothalamus and pituitary, and then deliver an efferent response, which is to regulate fluid and electrolyte homeostasis in 50% of people diagnosed as brain death, which is the exact reason the clinical exam was considered to determine a brain function. So now I want to switch gears and go to the second epistemic problem, which I find even more interesting, and that is, can the bedside test in principle confirm that there has been irreversible loss of all brain functions. And the problem is that they can't, because there are unacknowledged confounders in virtually all cases. And I'll go through 3 of them here. One is high cervical spinal cord injury, which we know interferes with the ability to test for a response to nauseous stimuli, for cough, and for apnea. And the problem is that brain herniation causes potentially reversible cervical spinal cord injury in virtually all brain death cases. So in this review with some colleagues, we found only 2 pathological a series of brain death where the spinal cord was examined. And in 56% of the cases, the upper cervical spinal cord was damaged, and in the other series, 100%. And that's important because there are many case reports of acute herniation after lumbar puncture in the setting of meningitis, where there's acute onset of quadriplegia and apnea that is reversible with partial or complete recovery. And there are similar cases reported, not due to lumbar puncture in meningitis, but to other causes of herniation where the quadriplegia and apnea were reversible. Another unacknowledged confounder is central adrenal and thyroid deficiency, which can cause coma and poor respiratory response to CO2. And brain herniation should cause hypothalamic and pituitary injury in all cases. It doesn't, but it does cause central thyroid deficiency in 16% and central adrenal deficiency in 29%. And the problem is that we know that adrenal insufficiency causes coma, apnea, and seizures. And we also know that thyroid deficiency can cause coma, hypoventilation, poor response to carbon dioxide, and seizures. So those are confounders that are not tested for. And the final confounder I'll discuss here is brainstem injury. And I'm referring to pure brainstem death, where the injury is primarily to the brainstem. And the problem there is that it theoretically can cause a total locked-in syndrome if the mesopontine tegmental reticular formation is relatively spared. And that means if it's spared, there's preserved capacity for consciousness, and the EEG will show alpha or alpha theta activity. And that could occur in up to 10% of cases of primary brainstem injury. This was pointed out by Loris and colleagues in this paper. And what they showed is that even if you have an extensive brainstem lesion that causes you to appear as brainstem or the same brain death, if the gray colored mesopontine tegmentum is relatively spared, then those are the critical parts of the mesopontine reticular formation necessary for consciousness. And they reviewed the literature and found several cases where this occurred, where the EEG showed alpha or theta activity. And that indicates potential capacity for some degree of consciousness that cannot be excluded in pure brainstem death. And I had previously made a list of cases that I found where this was the case, where there was primary brainstem injury and the patients were diagnosed brain dead, but the EEG showed they were likely conscious. And the final part of the second epistemic problem, whether the bedside test can in principle confirm there's been irreversible loss of all brain functions, is that we simply cannot test medullary brainstem respiratory function because the apnea test is not fit for purpose, meaning it doesn't test what we think it tests, because the apnea test does not test medullary respiratory function. The fact is, when the lower medulla is functioning and isolated from the rest of the brainstem, even in adults, a gasping breathing pattern is stimulated in response to hypoxia, and hypercarbia, acidosis, and/or hyperoxia will either not stimulate breathing or cause apnea. So during the apnea test, we induce hypercarbia and hyperoxia, and that will either not stimulate breathing or cause apnea when the medulla is functioning. And that's based on many reviews of brainstem control of breathing that have been published in physiology journals. So I'll consider one objection to that second problem, and that is that an ancillary test instead can confirm the diagnosis. And one ancillary test that is accepted in the USA in children is an isoelectric EEG. The problem with that is it only indicates superficial cortical activity is absent, not all the other brain or brainstem functions. So we rely on radionuclide cerebral blood flow. Non-diffusible radionuclide tests, there's only one study and the specificity was poor. So it is suggested, not mandated, to use diffusible radionuclide tracers. The problem with that is that there are false positive cases. There are 2 cases reported where there was no flow, but then breathing. There are cases of other retained brain functions that depend on blood flow to the brain, including EEG activity and hypothalamic pituitary activity. And there's false positive case with long-term structural preservation of the brain on MRI that we will hear about shortly. So here is one of the cases where there was diffusible radionuclide test, complete absence of brain and brainstem blood flow, but at least at the threshold determinable by the test. But several hours after the test, during workup for organ donation, the patient was breathing. And this is the Latour case where a SPECT scan showed complete absence of any uptake in the entire brain and brainstem. But the following morning, the patient had cough, spontaneous respiration, and extensor posturing. So I would conclude that here are unfortunate problems. Empirically, brain death cannot be said to be the state with lack of all brain functions. And in principle, brain death is not currently possible to diagnose due to confounders. And the apnea test does not test medullary respiratory function, and I didn't talk about because of limitations of time, but it is also a self-fulfilling test. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Ari. Our next speaker is Alan Schumann, who is going to talk about the case of Jahi McMath. And Alan